And good morning. We are going on the record at 10:01 a.m. on Tuesday, June 29th, 2021. Please silence your cell phone, computer tones, or any other electronic devices you have near you. Audio and video recording will continue to take place unless all parties agree to go off the record. This is meeting unit number 1 of the video recorded deposition of witness 06292021 in the matter of independent investigation under New York State Executive Law 63, parentheses 8, close parentheses. My name is Mark Friedman. I'm your certified video legal specialist. Your court reporter today is Erica Ruggiero, and we are from the firm of Veritex Legal Solution. This deposition is being held via remote video conference. All counsel consent to this remote video arrangement and waive any objections to this manner of recording. If there are any objections to the court reporter swearing in the witness remotely and this remote video arrangement, please state them now. Hearing no objection, would counsel now state on the record their appearances and affiliations, beginning with the noticing attorney.
Hi, this is Ann Clark. I'm with the law firm of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark, but appearing today as Special Deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General.
Good morning, Ms. Garvey. I'm Jennifer Kennedy Park from the law firm Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, but for today's purposes, I'm also appearing as a Special Deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General.
Emily?
Good morning. My name is Emily Miller. I'm also with the law firm of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark, and working with Ann and Jennifer in our capacity as we've been appointed by the Attorney General.
Good morning. My name is Louis Freeman, and I am representing Beth Garvey.
Any other appearances?
That
With the
should
court,
be it.
I'm sorry.
I said that should be it.
Okay. With the court reporter, please swear in our witness and we can proceed.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear the answers you're about to give be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can put your hand down.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Garvey. Thank you for being with us today. I'll introduce myself again. I'm Ann Clark. I'm one of the people appointed as a Special Deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General. And I just have to run through a few things before we get started. The New York Attorney General has appointed the law firms of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark and
Counsel,
Yep.
when you were reading, can you just
Slow
slow down
down.
a little bit? Thank you.
Sorry. I'll start that part over. The New York Attorney General has appointed the law firms of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark and Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law Section 63(8) into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. And you are here today pursuant to subpoena issued in connection with this investigation. As you saw, we're being video recorded today, and you are also under oath, which, as an attorney, I'm sure you know, means that you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were in a court of law sitting before a judge and jury. At the end, I'll remind you that if you want to make any brief sworn statement, you can do so, but we'll ask that you hold off till the end of today to do so. This is a civil investigation, but we have to let you know that the New York Attorney General's office also has criminal enforcement powers. Therefore, you have the right to refuse to answer a question if answering the question would incriminate you. If you fail to answer a question on that basis, it can be used against you in a court of law in a civil, but not in a criminal proceeding. You're appearing today with your attorney, and you can certainly consult with your attorney about any privilege issues. We have a court reporter present in addition to the videographer, so it is important that we do what we can to make her life easier, such as if we are reading from something, as I was just doing, try to not go so fast. Even more important is that we not talk at the same time. It's hard for her to take down two people speaking at once, so I will do my very best to wait until you are finished speaking before I ask my next question. And I'll ask that you let me get my whole question out, even if you know where it's heading. And it's even harder doing this by video to not step on each other at times. Also ask that you give a verbal response. If you nod or shake your head or say, that doesn't reflect well on the record. If you don't understand one of my questions, let me know and I will try to rephrase it in a way that makes sense. If at any time while we're speaking, you want to clarify an earlier answer, either you remember something or you remember you got something wrong, just let me know and we can clarify that on the spot. If you need breaks at any point, let me know. I might want to get to a certain point in the questioning before we take a break, but as long as there's no question pending, we can certainly take breaks. Now I need to confirm that I know you are in an office with Mr. Freeman. Is there anyone else in the office with the two of you?
Yes,
Who else is present?
Naja Lamani.
And who is that?
She's an associate with my attorney.
And I need you and your counsel to confirm that you are not doing anything to record this deposition, that the only recording that's taking place is the one that Veritext is doing it. Is that accurate?
It's accurate as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if you need the witness to answer.
Ms. Garvey, are you recording this in any fashion?
I am not.
Okay. We also want to direct you that you are not to allow anyone else to listen in via a phone line or some other manner during today's proceedings. And that during breaks, you are not to communicate with anyone other than your counsel about what is happening in this room. Under New York Executive Law Section 63(8), the provision under which we're doing the investigation, it prohibits you and your counsel from revealing anything about what we ask you or what we discuss.
From what, counsel? It prohibits you from what?
From revealing anything about what we ask you or what you have shared with us to anyone. So if anyone asks you to disclose what was covered during today, let your attorney know, Mr. Freeman will let us know, but you should not share that information. Are you taking any medication that would affect your ability to testify accurately and truthfully today?
No,
Are you aware of any other reason why you can't give accurate and truthful testimony today?
no,
Have you had any alcohol today?
no.
Always smile when I ask that this early in the morning, but you never know. Could you please state your name, date of birth, and current home and business addresses for the record?
Sure. Elizabeth Garvey, date of birth. My home address is my business address is Executive Chamber, New York State Capitol, room 214, Albany, New York, 12224.
And have you ever given testimony before today?
Yes,
In what sort of proceedings have you given testimony?
I have given testimony in a criminal proceeding.
And what was were you
A witness.
A witness?
As a witness.
how long ago was that?
That was 2015, as well as in a retrial 2018, I believe.
And did that criminal trial relate in any way to your work for New York State?
It related to my work for the New York State Senate.
And what was it? What was the nature of the proceeding? I mean, what was the?
It was a criminal prosecution of Senator Dean G. Skelos.
And were you called by the prosecution or the defense in that case?
Prosecution.
Have you ever testified in any depositions or any other proceedings other than that criminal trial?
I did once testify in a deposition, also in my role at the New York State Senate. This would have been 2005, related to a copyright dispute.
And other than any conversations with your attorney, did you do anything to prepare for today's testimony?
No.
And have you spoken to anyone other than your attorney about testifying today?
I have spoken with Chamber Counsel, Paul Fishman, Mitra Hormozy.
And what have you discussed the substance of your testimony with them?
No,
What did you discuss with them?
the fact of my testifying today.
Now, you were sent some binders that should be in an envelope. Do you have that handy?
Yes.
Can you take that out of its envelope now?
I'm going to need to use a blowtorch.
I was about to say that the folks at Cleary, okay. Don't cut yourself.
Ceremonial scissors.
Mark or Erica, could you please share host privileges with me so that I can screen share the exhibits as well?
Sure.
Thank you.
Screen share enabled.
I think there's one set for you and one for your attorney.
Was going to be my question.
And I would ask you to look at the document behind tab 1. And is this the testimony subpoena you received from our office?
Yes.
And do you understand that your testimony today is being taken pursuant to this subpoena?
Yes.
And while you've got the book handy, if you could turn to tab 2. And do you recognize this to be a subpoena we served on you for documents?
Yes,
And did you read the subpoena when you got it?
I did.
And were you the person who gathered all the documents that were sent to us by your counsel?
Yes.
And what did you do to gather documents?
I reviewed my personal documents, so the papers and notebooks that were within my control, and my personal cell phone. I searched for any relevant emails. I gave my counsel access to my private email accounts, and I gave them access to all text messages as well.
And do you have any home computers that you ever do anything work related on?
No.
If you could turn to tab 3.
Counselor, are these all exhibits that you're marking?
Yeah, we'll get a set to you at the end.
That's fine. I just want to know if I should mark that as exhibit 3 in the record now.
Yeah. Anything I refer to with the tab number, we'll refer to it as exhibits. So this will be exhibit 3.
Okay, thank you.
And so we might skip some numbers, and don't worry about that.
So if you skip numbers, you don't want that to be sequential. You just want it to be whatever you refer to.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
And do you recognize this document, Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a preservation notice that we distributed to all executive chamber employees.
And how did it come about that you drafted this document?
We had made a referral to the Attorney General pursuant to Section 63(8). And it was at I actually can't recall whether or not it was at the request of the Attorney General's office or whether we did it on our own at this point.
And prior to March 1st, 2021, did you or were you aware of anyone else taking any steps to preserve documents relating to sexual harassment allegations against the governor?
There was not a formal preservation order or any ongoing investigation, but certainly as it related to the potential for certain complaints. I think there were individuals undertaking the preservation of any relevant records in the context of potential litigation.
And what, if anything, did you do to preserve your own documents at that point?
Most of my documents are emails, notes. I do not have a habit of deleting any emails or any notes. My email retention for the chamber has not had any automatic deletion rules applied. So I was, as far as I was concerned, preserving all relevant documents at all times, all along.
Did you have any auto delete settings on your personal phone?
No,
At any point, did you learn that any of the devices you use were automatically deleting any electronic data?
yes.
When did you learn that?
I believe it was at some point early in March. We became aware from Harold Moore that the chamber issued iPhones had been delivered to us with an automatic deletion of text messages after 30 days.
And at that point, did you or did Mr. Moore do something to change that setting?
Since we did not have access to all of the devices ourselves, there's no ability for us to remotely apply a different setting. It required that we instruct employees to themselves change the setting on their iPhone.
And at that point, did you change the setting on your iPhone?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Did Mr. Moore change this or somebody else change the setting on your iPhone at that point?
No.
So did your device, your iPhone continue to delete text messages more than 30 days old?
I believe that it did.
And why didn't you change the setting on your iPhone when Mr. Moore came to you with this information?
I am issued a chamber iPhone. I find it very difficult to use and rarely use it. At the time that I sent out the notification to all other employees, my iPhone was dead in a pocket of a winter coat that was in my car, where it remained for, I think, several weeks.
At any point, at some later point, did you or somebody change the settings on your work iPhone?
Yes.
When did that happen?
I cleaned out my car after budget. So about April 1st, April 2nd, located the phone, charged it, and changed the setting at that point.
And your personal phone, what kind of phone is that?
It's also an iPhone.
And why did you find the work iPhone more difficult to deal with than your personal iPhone?
The iPhone that is issued by Chamber is an iPhone 8. It takes on average an hour every morning to refresh the inbox, where you have to constantly refresh the inbox to get to that day's messages. It's very cumbersome to use. And so I rely more heavily on the Chamber issued BlackBerry that gives me my emails in real time.
So you have a Chamber iPhone and a Chamber BlackBerry?
Yes.
And do you ever use your personal phone for work-related emails or texts?
Never, intentionally for work-related emails. Occasionally, someone will send something work-related to my personal Yahoo or Gmail account, which I loop back to my executive chamber email. I do use the personal cell phone for sometimes work-related text messages.
Oh, and Emily, you can take this exhibit down. And did you check your personal iPhone to make sure it wasn't auto-deleting text messages?
Yes, it has never had any auto delete for any messages.
And for your BlackBerry, those text messages or text system is referred to as pins?
Correct. There is no SMS text messaging on the Blackberries.
And do you know for how long, if at all, the pins were preserved on your BlackBerry? Do they have an auto delete function?
No, only if you apply an auto delete yourself, which I had never applied on my device.
So how far back did your pins go on your work issue BlackBerry?
I believe they did not go back to the beginning of when I started with the chamber. I was issued a new BlackBerry as the device stopped holding a charge maybe September or so of 2020, and I was issued a new BlackBerry at that point. But I believe that I had every PIN sent or received from the date that I had been issued the new device.
Take a step back. If you could just describe for us your post-high school educational history, please.
Sure. I received a Bachelor of Arts from Mary Baldwin College in Stanton, Virginia, a JD from Albany Law School, and I have worked ever since either for the state or in private practice as an attorney.
What year did you get your JD?
2004.
And from 2004 until when you joined the executive chamber, if you could just briefly tell us what each job was that you had.
Sure. Starting in September of 2004, I worked for the New York State Senate. I held various roles within the majority counsel's office. I also, for a brief period in 2009, 2010, worked in the minority counsel's office as there had been a leadership change in the Senate. I was an associate at Wilson, Elser, Moskowitz, Edelman, and Dicker for about 15 months. And then I rejoined the Senate. So February 2011, I came back to work for the Senate as first assistant counsel. I became counsel to the Senate in 2013, June of 2013, and stayed there as counsel until late December 2017. At that point, I joined State University of New York as their general counsel. So January of 2018 until I joined the executive chamber in September of 2019. I served as general counsel for SUNY.
And did in any of those roles before you joined the chamber, did you ever deal with discrimination or harassment related issues?
Yes.
In what roles did you deal with discrimination or harassment related issues?
Well, certainly there were from time to time various laws proposed or legislation proposed related to discrimination or harassment. So I would have reviewed those prior to passage in the Senate. We also had certain obligations as a university under Title IX. So discrimination, particularly on the basis of sex, had a significant role in my work at SUNY.
And who did you report to when you worked at SUNY?
To the Board of Trustees, as well as to the Chancellor.
And who was Chancellor at the time? And how did you come to work as GC at SUNY?
I had heard that they were looking potentially to make some changes in their counsel's office, and reached out to me to see if I might be interested and started the process directly with her.
And why did you decide to leave SUNY to join the executive chamber?
It seemed at the time that it would be a good fit for my skill set. Dealing with legislation again, other than, tangentially, seemed like a shift that I wanted to make at that time in my career.
And how did you come to get the role in the executive chamber?
Alfonso David, who had been counsel to the governor, recommended me.
And what had been your interactions with Mr. David prior to that point, if any?
We worked very closely when I was with the state Senate. When matters of great importance are negotiated, it's typically done with the counsel to the governor, counsel to the Senate, and counsel or the equivalent policy or fiscal person for the assembly as well. So we worked very closely on the budget and on major initiatives that were enacted from the time that he started there, like 2014, 2015.
And at the time that Mr. David recommended you for a role in the executive chamber, was there an open position you were looking to fill?
Yes, he was about to depart to go to the Human Rights Campaign. And so it was his role that they were looking to fill.
And what was his role at the time?
Counsel to the governor.
And when was Mr. David going to be leaving to join the Human Rights Campaign?
When we first spoke, it was June, and he was looking to leave in August.
And when did he actually leave?
I believe it was sometime around August of 2019.
And you started, I think you said September of 2019?
Yes.
Did you interview with anyone before being offered the role?
I wouldn't say I interviewed per se. I did meet with Melissa DeRosa.
And what did the two of you discuss?
We discussed the role and also my thoughts for the office, as well as the way that the position was going to be split. At the time, Alfonso was counsel to the governor. They wanted to split the role into two different positions. So there would be a counsel to the governor because that is a constitutional office. And there would be, some other role, which was the role that I was positioned to take, that would relate mostly to the legislation and policy initiatives that the governor wanted to pursue.
And at the time you spoke with Mr. Rosa, did you know who was going to fill the position of counsel to the governor?
When we spoke, it was not clear yet who was going to be in that position.
And who ultimately was placed in that position? And what was your title when you joined?
Special counsel to the governor and senior advisor.
And I know you said that Mr. Rosa spoke to you about what the role would be. Was it focused on legislation and policy when you started?
Yes.
And to whom did you report when you were a special counsel and senior advisor?
To Melissa.
And did you also report to Mr. Rosa?
I don't know specifically what her conversations were with Melissa. I was led to believe that she was reporting also to Melissa.
And what areas did she cover if you were handling legislation and policy?
She dealt with litigation, any of the sort of FOIL, regulatory matters within the agencies, and appointments.
And did you have anyone who reported up to you when you were special counsel?
Yes, so the idea was that the counsel's office would have dual reporting responsibilities to both I and would report on those matters within her portfolio and would report to me on legislation and policy initiatives.
And were there how many people were reporting to the two of you jointly?
It was about 14 attorneys and 6 or so support staff.
And were any of the attorneys assigned to just your area or just her area, or did they all report to both of you?
Eventually, we each brought in or each selected a deputy that would assist just, one or the other of us.
Who was your deputy? And what was her role before she became your deputy?
She was general counsel to the Trial Lawyers Association.
Had you worked with her before?
Yes,
Where had you worked with her?
in the state Senate.
And who was deputy? And when you joined the chamber, was there any talk about how long you were expected to stay, or any sort of commitment you had to make, anything along those lines?
No, I do think that there's obviously an expectation when you start a session that you will finish it. But beyond that, there was no commitment.
And when you were special counsel and senior advisor, where were you located? Where's your office located?
Room 214 of the Capitol.
And that's your current office as well?
Yes,
And where is that in relation to where the governor's office is?
it's in the same corridor, but not in the same suite of offices. The governor's suite is secure, and a trooper is required to buzz you in to where he sits and where Melissa sits. I'm in a sort of connected string of offices that includes State Operations Director Kelly Cummings, at one time, Jill DeRosier and offices.
And you said you were responsible for legislation and policy. What were sort of your day-to-day responsibilities during the time that you were special counsel?
Day-to-day, review bills, make recommendations about signing or vetoing bills, negotiating chapter amendments, drafting new initiatives, whatever research was required of me as far as what existing initiatives were occurring at different state agencies and what other states were doing on various topics.
And at some point, did your role change?
Yes.
When did your role within the chambers change?
When departed in March, I became acting counsel to the governor.
And Do you know whose decision it was that you would become acting counsel?
No,
And did you have discussion with anyone as to why you were being appointed acting counsel rather than counsel to the governor?
I had a conversation with Melissa and I requested to be named acting counsel.
Why did you request to be made acting counsel?
I had previously expressed to Melissa that I did not want to necessarily continue with the chamber after the conclusion of session in June. And I thought it was best to not be named counsel and necessitate selection of a new counsel that quickly.
Did you tell Mr. Rosa why you were not necessarily planning on staying past the end of the session in June?
That was a continuation of a conversation we had in December.
So let's go back to December. What conversation did you have with Mr. Rosa in December about how long you wanted to stick around?
You know, I'm going to object to relevancy here.
Mr. Freeman, it's not like a deposition, so you can raise any privilege issues, but otherwise, we're going to ask the questions we're going to ask, and then we get to make objections.
I understood. However, I wanted you to know what I was thinking.
Okay. Ms. Garvey, what was your conversation with Mr. Rosa in December? And this is December of 2020, I assume?
Correct. The conversation was that the job special counsel was very demanding and that I would be looking for other opportunities at the conclusion of session.
And in what way was the job demanding?
The time commitment.
In any other way?
That's enough.
Well, even if that is enough, were there any other ways in which you found the job of special counsel to be demanding?
Certainly, it's very intellectually stimulating. I don't find that to be too taxing. Eventually, I would like to have a life as well. It was mostly the time commitment.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Rosa say to you in December when you told her that if because of the demands of the job, you did not want to stay past June?
That she understood.
And so when you left, you had another conversation with Mr. Rosa about that?
Yes.
And what did Mr. Rosa say when you said you only want to be named acting counsel at that point?
She said, fine, whatever you want.
And when you became acting counsel, how did your responsibilities change, if at all?
I assumed responsibility for all of the litigation, FOIL appointments, agency regulatory matters that had previously been going to either for resolution.
And was anyone brought in to assume your responsibilities for legislation and policy?
No,
What happened to those responsibilities?
I kept them.
So you were, the role that had, when Alfonso David was there, did he do all of it?
Yes,
And so essentially when you became acting counsel, it had all the responsibilities that Mr. David had when he had the role?
yes,
Are you still planning to leave the chamber shortly?
that's still the plan, yes.
And you have an exit date set yet?
I do not.
Has anyone talked to you about, since we are June 29th, has anyone spoken to you about staying past the end of this session in June?
No,
What date do you currently have in mind for your departure?
I don't at this moment have a specific date in mind.
And is there a reason why you're not leaving at the end of the session as you originally planned?
Numerous other events occurred from March on. And we're honestly looking at this one day at a time.
And when you refer to the various other events, are you referring to the various investigations?
Yes,
And has Mr. Rosa ever spoken to you about the need for you to stay on past the end of June?
no,
Has anyone else from the chamber spoken to you about that?
no,
Have you lined up your next job yet?
no.
During the time that you were special counsel, how often did you interact with the governor?
It varied widely.
And what was sort of the range of the variation?
It could be every day for a period of days or weeks, or you could go, a month without hearing from him.
And during the time you were special counsel, did you ever, during the time you were special counsel, did you meet with the governor in person?
Yes,
And how often did you meet with him in person?
again, it varied widely.
And if you were communicating with him and you weren't in person with him, what means of communication did the governor use?
He used pins, he used text messages, or he used phone calls.
And in terms of your meetings with the governor, did you ever meet with him one-on-one during the time you were special counsel?
Yes,
How often did you meet with him one-on-one?
I would say it was fairly rare to meet with him one-on-one. Maybe 10, maybe slightly less than 10 times one-on-one.
And during the times that you met one-on-one with the governor, how did he behave in a professional manner? Did he ever do anything that you thought was not typical for an office setting?
No,
When you met with him not one-on-one, who were the other people that you would be meeting with the governor?
it varied widely.
During the time that you have been acting counsel, has the frequency of your interactions with the governor changed?
I would say no. I don't believe that the frequency has necessarily changed. I think, we still go, periods of time without speaking or meeting, but we, communicate fairly regularly.
And since December of 2020, have you met with the governor one-on-one at any point?
No,
When you joined the chambers, did you receive any training on policies and procedures?
I received an orientation binder.
And what was in that? Did anyone go over the binder with you, or did they just hand you a binder or something else?
There was a training. I was required to complete ethics training when I joined, which I did. The orientation took a period of about 3 hours, and I believe that I attended some of that orientation, maybe 10-15 minutes, and then got called away for a meeting and did not resume the in-person training.
Did you ever complete the in-person training?
I never completed the in-person training.
And when you joined, was any of the training you received related to sexual harassment?
Can you repeat that? You broke up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. One of us froze. I'm not sure which it was. When you joined, was any of the training you received relating to sexual harassment?
I did not complete the in-person training. I believe that the orientation binder contained materials related to sexual harassment.
And did you review the materials in the binder that you were given?
Not in September, no.
Did you at some later point?
Yes.
When did you review them?
I reviewed them maybe November, but I completed the required trainings in December of 2019.
So when you say you reviewed them in November 2019?
Correct.
And then you said you completed the required training in December. That's the required sexual harassment training?
Correct.
And what format was that training?
It was a printed out PowerPoint presentation.
And who gave you the printed out PowerPoint presentation?
It was given to me by my assistant.
And what did you have to do to complete that training?
Review the materials and sign an accompanying attestation form.
And did you have to give the attestation form to anyone?
Yes, I gave it back to my assistant.
Do you know what if anything she did with it?
I believe she gave it to Lauren Grasso.
What was Ms. Grasso's position?
Lauren is our office administrator.
And is she responsible for any sort of EEO matters or?
I believe that Lauren is responsible for making sure that people do the mandated trainings.
Did you do any sexual harassment training in 2020?
No.
Have you done any sexual harassment training in 2021?
Yes.
When did you do it in 2021?
I did it this past week.
And what format was this training?
I completed it on the web-based statewide learning management system.
And did you have to do any attestation after doing the web-based training?
No.
Did you have to click on any buttons or anything while you're going through the training so that anyone could be tracking whether you did it or anything along those lines?
You have to advance the screen. So you are clicking through the training, but I don't believe that there were any, check this box here required.
Were you given any notices about the need to complete training in 2020?
Not that I recall.
And in the trainings you took in 2019 and a week ago, did those trainings cover state law on sexual harassment?
Yes.
And did those trainings cover policies that applied within the executive chamber?
Yes.
And what is your understanding from the training as to what sort of conduct violates the executive chamber policy?
Harassment or discrimination of any kind violates the policy.
And do you have any understanding from the training as to what sort of conduct would constitute harassment that would violate the policy?
Subjecting anyone to inferior terms or conditions of employment based on any protected status.
And did you, from the training or otherwise, do you have any understanding as to what the process is for reporting any issues of harassment or discrimination?
Yes, it is required to be reported either to a supervisor or to GOER, the Governor's Office of Employee Relations.
And do supervisors have any particular reporting responsibilities with respect to harassment or discrimination?
Yes, supervisors are required to report to GOER.
And did the training cover retaliation?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what the policy is regarding retaliation?
That retaliation or that retaliation is not tolerated, and retaliation is any adverse job-related action, whether or not job-related, for any complainant.
During your time in chambers, have you had any responsibilities, either as special counsel or as acting counsel, for handling complaints of sexual harassment?
As a supervisor, as special counsel, I did have a number of employees who reported to me. I've had an obligation to report, but at no point were any complaints made to me.
And as either special counsel or acting counsel, would your sort of area of responsibility include dealing with any sexual harassment complaints made by somebody who's not part of your team?
Not part of what?
Part of your team.
Yes, as acting counsel, certainly, I would expect that if there was a concern and if it were brought to me, that I would provide advice as counsel as to the appropriate steps to take and undertake those directly if necessary.
And am I understanding correct that if a complaint is made to GOER, that GOER then investigates?
Correct.
Is there anyone within the chambers responsible for investigating complaints of sexual harassment?
No.
Have you been responsible for addressing any sexual harassment complaints as either special counsel or acting counsel?
Yes.
And how many times?
Twice. Once with respect to the complaint by Brittany Camiso, and separately with respect to the complaint from Alyssa McGrath.
Any other times?
No.
Okay, we will get to those later then. If you could open your book to tab 4, which will become exhibit 4. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is this?
This is the EEO handbook.
And this one is dated May 2020. When did you, first of all, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
When have you first seen it?
Probably around March of 2021, sorry.
Do you know how, if at all, this new version or the May 2020 version was circulated to employees after it was created?
I don't believe that it was circulated. I don't recall it being circulated. I know that it is posted on the intranet.
And did you ever review any prior versions of the EEO handbook?
Yes, this was in the orientation binder from 2019.
And I would ask you to turn to page 11 and just read to yourself. You don't need it read out loud. The sexual harassment section that continues through to page 13.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. By the way, do you know who drafted this policy?
The Governor's Office of Employee Relations.
And the section you just read, pages 11 through 13, is that your understanding of what the governing policy is within the executive chamber?
Yes,
And is your understanding that it encompasses conduct that is not necessarily of an explicitly sexual nature?
correct.
And is it your understanding that it encompasses conduct that does not have to be severe or pervasive to be unlawful?
Yes,
Is your understanding that a person subject to such harassment does not have to tell the person engaging in the conduct that the conduct is unwelcome?
yes,
And has this been your understanding of what the policy is throughout your time in chamber?
the statutory change eliminating severe and pervasive from the statute took effect, I believe, sometime in 2020.
Other than the severe or pervasive, does the rest of what was on page 11 to 13 comport with what you understood to be the policy throughout your time?
Correct.
And on page 13, it talks about the complaint procedure. And were you aware of this reporting obligation, which you testified to a few minutes ago as well, as being the policy throughout the time that you were within the chamber?
Yes,
On page 13, it also talks about sexual harassment of non-employees. And it says that people who are performing work under contract, as well as interns, clients, vendors, are all protected from sexual harassment. Was that your understanding as well?
yes,
If you could turn to page 41, the bottom of the page. Continuing on to 42. It says in part, a supervisor who's received a report of workplace discrimination has a duty to report it to GOER or in accordance with the employing agency's policy, even if the individual who complained requests that it not be reported. Was that your understanding of the policy throughout your time in chamber?
yes,
And this says to report it to GOER or in accordance with the employing agency's policy. Did the executive chamber have any policy for reporting it to some entity or person other than GOER?
no,
If you could flip back to page 39 and read to yourself 39 to 40, the retaliation section to yourself, and just let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And has this been your understanding of the policy regarding retaliation throughout your time in chamber?
Yes.
And I believe you testified before we looked at the policy, it's your understanding that it goes beyond just employment-related actions, correct?
Yes.
And the definition states in part, retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable person from making or supporting an allegation of discrimination. Has that been your understanding of the definition of retaliation?
Yes, that's the definition in the policy.
And it also states on page 39 that actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. This can include giving an unwarranted negative reference for a former employee. Was that your understanding throughout your time in chamber as something that could constitute retaliation?
Yes.
You can put that aside, Emily, you can take that down. Prior to December of 2020, were you aware of any allegations of potential sexual harassment against Governor Cuomo?
No.
Now, from the timing, I'm assuming that, did you ever work in chambers with Lindsay Boylan?
No.
Did you ever work with her at any other place?
No.
Have you ever met Lindsay Boylan?
Not that I recall.
Prior to December of 2020, had you ever heard any chambers employees talking about Ms. Boylan?
Prior to December of 2020, no.
When was the first time anyone spoke to you at all about Ms. Boylan?
In maybe 2018, I had a conversation with Jim Malatras based on Lindsay Boylan tweeting about a toxic work environment based on an inability to have children in the chamber. And Jim had given some tweets, not referencing Lindsay by name, but referring back to that, you know, he was a parent also in chamber and it was fine from his perspective.
And in which category do you place the executive chamber?
I place it in the category of a demanding job.
Other than Mr. Malatras saying that he had been a parent in the chamber and hadn't had the issue, did the two of you say anything else about Ms. Boylan at the time she tweeted about the difficulty of having children in chamber?
No.
Do you know how old Mr. Malatras's children were when he worked in chamber?
I believe roughly around
Do you have any other conversations with anyone about Ms. Boylan prior to December of 2020?
No.
I'm going to ask you to look at tab 5, which is exhibit 5. I gotta break out my glasses.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document? I know you didn't produce it, but
No.
it appears to be some sort of chat or text, group text that includes Melissa DeRosa, you, Stephanie Benton, Jim Malatras, Rich Azzapardi, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
At some point, there's a reference to Lindsay got a Trump shutout. Do you understand that was a reference to Lindsay Boylan? That's on page 1071.
It appears to be.
And then the next page, it actually references her name. And at the bottom, it looks like you wrote, "Where is her kid? Why is she out at a party? Isn't she a mom?" Is that something that you wrote?
I don't remember, but it certainly appears I did.
And do you have any recollection of what you meant by that?
I don't.
Do you recall any instances where you criticized any fathers for being out at parties?
I certainly don't.
You can take that down, Emily. Prior to December 2020, did you ever hear anyone talk about whether any employees had ever made any complaints about Lindsay Boylan?
No.
Prior to December of 2020, were you part of any conversations in which anyone talked about releasing any personnel records relating to Ms. Boylan or other records relating to her employment?
No.
Prior to December of 2020, had you ever heard that Lindsay Boylan believed that the governor had engaged in sexually harassing conduct toward her?
No.
When did you first learn that Ms. Boylan was alleging that the governor had engaged in harassing or discriminatory conduct?
When I saw the tweets.
And which is the first tweet that you saw?
I don't recall specifically.
Why don't we look at tab 6? And these are some tweets by Ms. Boylan that start on December 5th. Then there's several on December 8th. And finally some on December 13th. So why don't you read those to yourself and let me know which were the first ones you became aware of?
Okay.
So which are the tweets that you first recall becoming aware of?
I think the toxic team environment starting on December 5th.
And how did you see it on Twitter yourself, or did somebody bring it to your attention or something else?
I think I saw it.
Were you following Ms. Boylan on Twitter?
No, I believe a reporter retweeted.
Do you recall which reporter retweeted
I
it?
I don't. I follow multiple reporters to keep on top of the news.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break? So come back at 11:25.
Okay.
Stand by. The time is 11:16 a.m. We're going off the record. This will end media unit number 1. Wait 1 second. Time is 11:27 a.m. We are back on the record. This will be start of media unit number 2.
Before the break, you said that you saw Ms. Boylan's tweet probably retweeted by a reporter. Did you discuss the tweets with anyone when you saw them?
I don't recall specifically discussing them, no.
Were you involved in December of 2020 at all in responding to tweets that Ms. Boylan was sending out?
No.
Were you involved at all in any investigation to determine if anything Ms. Boylan was saying in December of 2020 was accurate?
No.
Were you part of any discussions with anyone about whether any investigation should be undertaken to determine whether Ms. Boylan's tweets were accurate or needed further inquiry?
No.
Did you talk to anyone to determine whether anyone else felt that they had been harassed by the governor in December of 2020?
No.
In December of 2020, did you learn about any interactions before December 2020 Were you aware of any interactions between Charlotte Bennett and the governor?
Could you clarify any
Sure.
interactions?
Sure, let me let me do a better question. Prior to December of 2020, were you aware that Charlotte Bennett had raised any concerns about any interactions with the governor?
No.
In December of 2020, did you learn that Charlotte Bennett had raised concerns about her interactions with the governor?
Not that I recall.
When were you aware of Charlotte Bennett raising any concerns about the governor's conduct prior to the story in the New York Times about featuring Miss Bennett?
I became aware immediately prior to the publication of the story in the New York Times.
And who told you about it?
Peter Agemian asked me to get on a phone call with Jesse McKinley from the New York Times based on Charlotte's concerns, but Jesse McKinley in that conversation outlined the specifics.
And prior to hearing about it from Jesse McKinley, had you heard any of the specifics about Miss Bennett's concerns?
No.
Prior to this call you had with Peter Agemian and Jesse McKinley, did Judy Mogul ever tell you about her conversations with Charlotte Bennett?
Not that I recall.
Did Ms. Mogul ever tell you that she found Miss Bennett to be credible
When?
at any point?
Yes.
When did she say that to you?
After the conversation with the New York Times reporter, Judy relayed in a subsequent call her interactions with Charlotte.
And at that time, she said she found Miss Bennett to be credible?
I don't know that she used those specific words.
I'm sorry, counsel, can you repeat that question?
I said, and at that time, she said she found Miss Bennett to be credible?
I don't know that she used those specific words, but it was my impression and understanding that she found her account credible.
We'll come back to Miss Bennett and that call. In December of 2020, did you hear anything more about any details regarding Ms. Boylan's allegations?
Well, in December of 2020, more, I think, detail came out in subsequent tweets.
And when more detail came out, did you talk with anyone within the chambers about the detail of Ms. Boylan's allegations?
No.
Did you talk to anyone outside chambers about the additional detail about Ms. Boylan's allegations?
No.
And did there come a time when you became aware of Ms. Boylan posting a more detailed account on Medium?
Yes.
And how did you learn of that?
From Melissa DeRosa.
And what did Ms. DeRosa say to you?
She had relayed that in the course of another meeting that was currently in progress, she interrupted and said that there was a bigger issue to deal with.
And what did how did she describe the issue?
She said that Lindsay Boylan has published a post on Medium outlining her harassment by the governor.
And who was in this meeting other than you and Mr. Rosa, in which Mr. Rosa said something bigger came up?
The governor, Steve Cohen, myself, Judy Mogul, Robert Mojica. I believe that Linda Lacewell was on the phone. And I think that's it.
And what was the original topic for the meeting?
Nursing homes.
And when Mr. Rosa said that Ms. Boylan had published the detailed account, did she have a copy of the piece?
She had a copy on her laptop.
And did she share the contents in some fashion?
I believe she shared it. She shared that laptop with the governor, and I and several others pulled up the article ourselves on our own devices.
So my correct understanding that everybody sort of took a few minutes to read it right then and there?
Yes,
Where did this meeting take place?
it was at the executive mansion.
And after everybody read the article, was there discussion about it?
Yes,
And who said what?
there was a conversation where Judy Mogul was speaking with the governor about the content of the article to ascertain any, factual inaccuracies with what had been posted.
I'm sorry, that last part broke up. You said to ascertain.
Any factual inaccuracies with what had been posted.
And so did you go through each allegation in the article with the governor?
I was not in the same room for the entire conversation, but I believe that she went through several of the points while I was present.
And why weren't you present for the entire conversation?
I was in the other room.
So let me back up. You were in the executive mansion. Who was where in the mansion when this meeting was taking place?
We had been having a meeting. The governor, Melissa, had been present for part of the meeting. Steve, Linda, Judy, Robert, myself, related to responding to nursing home inquiries. And Melissa had left the room at some point, came back into the room. I believe that Judy and the governor and Melissa left the room for a period of time. We remained stationary to see if we were going to resume the other meeting. When it became apparent we were not going to resume the other meeting, the individuals remaining at the table migrated into the other room.
And which room did the meeting start in and which room did you migrate into?
From the dining room to what they call the library. They're adjoining, but they have pocket doors.
And when you migrated to the library, what conversation were you present for?
Where Judy was discussing with the governor the article and whether or not there were any factual inaccuracies in the article.
And do you recall any particular allegations that Ms. Mogul asked the governor about?
I'm going to object based on privilege.
Do you recall anything else that was said after you rejoined the meeting in the library?
Same objection.
How long did the meeting last from the time that Mr. Rosa advised everybody of the Medium article?
Maybe a half an hour.
And after the meeting ended, did you speak with anyone else about it?
I did speak with, when I returned to the Capitol.
And what did the two of you discuss?
We made sure she had seen the Medium article so that she would know what else was happening in the, larger environment.
Did you have any conversations with about it?
No,
Did you speak to anyone else after the meeting about the article?
I don't recall specifically discussing the article, no.
Did you discuss Ms. Boylan's allegations with anyone after the article came out, other than what you've already testified to or been directed not to testify to?
At several points later, the article continued to come up in various press inquiries. So, from time to time, we would have to address concerns that had been raised again in the Medium article as it related to press responses.
And were you involved with press responses to Ms. Boylan's allegations while you were still in the role of special counsel?
Yes.
And when did you first become involved in dealing with press responses to Ms. Boylan's allegations?
With respect to the initial posting and the initial meeting at the mansion, a press response was discussed.
And so when was the meeting in the mansion about the initial posting?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear initial what?
When you said the initial posting, do you mean the initial tweets back in December?
No, the
Medium.
the Medium piece.
Prior to the Medium article, were you involved in any press responses to Ms. Boylan's allegations?
No, not that I recall.
In December of 2020, were you involved at all in any discussions with anyone in the executive chamber about releasing any documents relating to Ms. Boylan's employment?
With respect to releasing documents, no.
Were you part of any discussion about Ms. Boylan's personnel file or documents relating to her employment back in December of 2020?
Yes.
What discussions were you involved with back in December of 2020?
I was asked whether I could locate some of Alfonso David's files by Linda Lacewell.
By Linda Lacewell?
Yes.
And did she tell you what the purpose was?
I believe she did.
What did she say to you?
I believe that, let me back up. My recollection is she asked for Alfonso David's files, and through the course of that conversation revealed she was looking for a personnel file related to Lindsay Boylan.
And did she tell you what information she thought was in that file?
No.
Did she tell you what, if anything, she planned to do with the file if you could locate it?
No.
Did you ask her?
No.
And at that time, did Ms. Lacewell work for the executive chamber?
She did not work for the executive chamber, but she had been deployed. We were dealing with another COVID surge, and she was back present in Albany and working on, various matters to bring additional bandwidth into chamber.
And was she working on anything other than COVID response when she was brought back into chamber?
Yes, I believe that she was also involved in interviewing and hiring for various positions within chamber.
And when she asked you to try to locate Alfonso David's file on Lindsay Boylan, prior to that, were you aware of her having any involvement in addressing Lindsay Boylan's tweets or anything along those lines?
I don't believe I was specifically aware, no.
And were you able to locate Mr. David's file?
Yes,
Where did you find them?
they were in a storage room that we have on the first floor or second floor of the Capitol.
And do you recall when Ms. Lacewell made this request of you in relation to Ms. Boylan's various tweets of December 5th, 8th, 13th?
I believe it was on the 13th.
And I'm going to ask you to turn to tab 8. I turned all my photos off, sorry. And do you recognize these documents?
Yes,
What are these?
these are personnel records that were in a file that was contained in Alfonso's confidential file box.
And on some of these, such as the first page, it says, I spoke with ESD, looks like official 2 and ESD official 2, and various things where things are handwritten. Did it look like that when you found it in Mr. David's office?
I did not see the file at the time that I initially located the box. But in my subsequent review, as it relates to this matter, the document that I viewed did not have these markings on it.
So you said you found a box, you found a box of Mr. David's confidential documents. Is that what you found?
Yes,
And did you go through the box or did you just give the box to somebody else?
I looked quickly through the box to see if there was a file labeled Lindsay Boylan or Lindsay or Boylan, but did not find one. But someone else was able to locate it.
So did you invite somebody else in to go through the box or did you hand the box to somebody? What happened?
And Linda was with me. We looked in the box. I didn't see it. I said, I don't think it's in here. Melissa DeRosa came in my office and she located a blank file that I think was the one she was looking for.
And when Ms. DeRosa came in to locate the file, did she say what, if anything, she was going to do with the file?
No,
Did she then take the file?
yes.
When's the first time you saw these documents or some version of them that didn't have the handwriting of them?
I believe later, March at some point as we were involved in document production.
At any point, did you learn, strike that, did you speak to, you ever speak to Alfonso David about what was in these memos?
No,
Did you ever speak to Camille Varlak, one of the authors, about these matters?
no,
One of the other memos is from Julia Kupiak. Did you ever speak to her about this?
no.
Um, At some point, did you hear from anyone that these documents had been shared with members of the press?
I saw press accounts that referred to personnel records.
And prior to seeing the press accounts, had you heard anything about that?
No,
After you saw the press accounts, did you speak with anyone in chambers about that issue
at any time?
at any time?
Yes.
Who in chambers did you speak with?
I spoke with Judy and Linda, and I believe some of our press folks as well, related to later media inquiries that we received.
Who were the press people you spoke with?
I think Peter Ajemian and possibly Rich as a party.
Did you speak with anyone who was not in chambers about these memos?
Are you considering Linda part of chamber for purposes of this conversation?
Well, you already mentioned her, but did you speak to, for example, Steve Cohen at any point about these documents?
I believe that there were several conversations about larger press stories that discussed further the release of these documents, and it's possible that a larger group was part of that call.
Did you speak to anyone else outside of chambers that would have been part of either a specific conversation, or one of these larger conversations?
I don't believe so.
Did anyone tell you how it came to be that these memos in some form or another got to people in the press?
Yes.
Who told you and what were you told?
Judy Mogul. She outlined for me the procedure that she had been part of with Linda and Melissa and Rich related to immediately prior to releasing these records.
And what did she tell you about that?
That she had consulted with Michael Belforti from Goer. And I believe she had also consulted Alfonso David.
And did either Ms. Mogul or anyone else tell you why the memos were provided to members of the press?
No.
And is it your understanding, strike that, did anyone tell you whether the governor was consulted as part of the process of determining whether these memos would be provided to members of the press?
No.
Did anyone tell you whether any members of the press had requested documents such as these?
Yes.
What were you told?
I recall Judy telling me that reporters had requested the documents.
And did she tell you how the reporters knew to request the documents?
No, I don't think she specifically told me that.
Did she or anyone else tell you whether any reporters had made a formal FOIL request for the documents?
I believe that there was not a formal foil. I don't know if I knew that from Judy or from one of our press folks.
What were you told Michael Voltari at Goer was consulted about with regard to these documents?
Volforte,
sorry.
whether there was any confidentiality that attaches to a personnel record.
And do you know whether he was shown the documents or asked about these specific documents?
I don't.
And what is your understanding as to whether there's any confidentiality that attaches to personnel records?
A personnel record is not statutorily confidential or private.
And do you know if these memos were part of Ms. Boylan's personnel file or something else?
The memos were in the counsel to the governor's confidential file box. I do not believe that Alfonso was in the practice of maintaining personnel records typically. So I know they were in a file.
And the memos say on them attorney-client privilege communication, and some of them say interagency communication. Did you have discussion with anyone as to why documents that were labeled attorney-client privilege communication were shared with members of the press?
No.
Do you know if anyone spoke with Mr. Volforte as to whether releasing these documents might be considered retaliation under the policy or the law?
I don't.
Did you have any discussion when you learned about the disclosure of these records as to whether it could be considered retaliation?
Yes.
Who did you discuss that with?
Linda and Judy,
When did you first have that discussion?
in response to later press inquiries.
And that was in March?
At some point in March, I believe, yes.
Did Ms. Mogul or anyone else tell you that as part of the process of determining to release these records to the press, that anyone had considered whether it could be considered to be retaliation?
Yes.
What were you told?
I'm going to object on privilege.
Did anyone tell you whether anyone considered any of the alleged complaints made about Ms. Boylan related at all to any form of discrimination or harassment?
No.
Do you know whether the EEO policy that we went over has any guidelines about keeping complaints of discrimination or harassment confidential?
Yes.
And what does the policy say with regard to that?
That complaints should be kept confidential.
In fact, if you turn back to Exhibit 4, and you look at page 41. Under confidentiality, it says, breaches of confidentiality may constitute retaliation, which is a separate and distinct category of discrimination. Do you know whether anyone spoke to Mr. Volforte about that part of the policy before determining to release these records regarding Ms. Boylan?
I don't.
Turning back to to tab 8 and the documents, do you know who redacted certain names and wrote in descriptions in their place?
No.
Did anyone tell you why the names of other individuals were redacted from this document?
Yes.
Who told you?
Judy Mogul.
What did she say to you?
That there were redactions made to protect privacy of complaining individuals.
And did you have any discussion with Ms. Mogul or anyone else as to why these names were redacted, but records from Ms. Boylan's file were released to the press?
Objection privilege.
Prior to anyone from Chambers providing these documents to the press in December of 2020, were these documents publicly available?
Can you clarify publicly available?
Sure. Let me frame it a different way. Prior to mid-December of 2020, do you know if there were copies of these documents anywhere other than the file in Mr. David's office?
I believe there were.
Where were the other copies?
I believe that Julia had her own copies of her memo.
And were you aware as to whether Ms. Kupiec had shared her memos with anyone outside of her office? Or outside of the counsel's office?
Had I heard or was I aware
Were you
that
aware?
she had?
Do you know whether she had kept her files, her copies of the memo just in a file in her office, or whether she had shared them outside of the counsel's office?
I believe she had shared outside of the counsel's office.
And do you know with whom she had shared them?
With Rich as a party.
And do you know when she first shared her copies with Rich as a party?
My understanding is it was at the same time as we located the other hard copy file.
So is it your understanding that prior to mid-December of 2020, Ms. Kupicek had not shared her copies outside of counsel's office?
I have no personal knowledge one way or another.
If you could look at tab 9. This is a Wall Street Journal article dated March 11th of 2021. Were you involved in responding to any press inquiries prior to this article?
I don't believe so, but the order that inquiries come in and the order they're published is not necessarily consecutive.
Was addressing this issue of the release of Ms. Boylan's personnel records the first time you got involved in responding to a press inquiry regarding any of these harassment allegations?
No.
Oh, that's right. You talked about Ms. Bennett before that, so we'll come back to that. On the last page, there's a statement attributed to you regarding the personnel records that starts with certain limited exceptions. Do you see that part?
Yes.
Did you draft that statement?
Yes. In consultation with several other individuals.
That's going to be my next question. Who else was involved in drafting this statement?
Peter Ajemian, Linda Lacewell, Judy Mogul, Melissa DeRosa, and I think Rich as a party.
And it starts with certain limited exceptions. As a general matter, it is within a government entity's discretion to share redacted employment records. What were the limited exceptions you're referring to?
There are statutory confidentiality provisions that apply in certain employment contexts and in certain personnel files. An example, which recently repealed was Section 50A of the Civil Rights Law that protected law enforcement personnel records, for instance.
And what did you mean by saying that it's within a government entity's discretion to share redacted employment records?
The FOIL statute has many permissive disclosure provisions. So the general premise of FOIL is that records are generally available unless an exemption protects them. There is an exemption for the protection of personal privacy, which can be interpreted by an agency in a discretionary manner. You can release redacted records, or you may withhold the entire record. It's within the entity's discretion.
And do you know what factors, if any, are considered by the chambers in deciding how to exercise that discretion?
It's a very fact-specific inquiry. What is the requester's purpose, and what is the record, and what is the personal privacy interest impacted by sharing either a full record versus a redacted record versus no record.
And do you know what factors were considered in exercising the discretion to release Ms. Boylan's documents?
No.
And can you name any members of the media who specifically asked for the records?
No.
So in your statement, you refer to including in instances when members of the media ask for such public information. Did anyone that was working on this statement with you tell you that any members of the media had specifically asked for this information?
Yes.
Who told you that they had?
I was told by Judy, with the understanding that she had personal knowledge of that.
And it refers to in the statement when the media asked for such public information. What did you mean by public information?
Employment records are records of a government entity. And the presumption is that all of a government entity's records are available under FOIL.
And during the time you've been in chambers, were you aware of any other instances when an employee's personnel records were released?
I am not.
Did anyone tell you of any instances prior to your arrival when the chambers exercised their discretion to release any personnel records?
No.
Do you know whether the chambers had ever opposed any media requests or denied any media requests for personnel records?
I don't.
Your statement also refers to for the purpose of correcting inaccurate or misleading statements. What was that a reference to?
To Ms. Boylan's tweets.
And what did you believe were inaccurate or misleading in her statements?
Can you please tell me which tab were her tweets?
Or it's tab 6.
Ms. Clark, are you saying personnel or personal? AL or EL?
EL.
Thank you.
It's all right.
I think there were a couple particularly concerning tweets that she had issued, one of which would be on December 5th, where she indicated that she did not sign whatever they told me to sign when I left. And then also on December 13th, she talks about her work being very good. And then also on December 5th, she talks about that she tried to quit 3 times before it stuck.
Is that it?
Yes.
So where she wrote she didn't sign whatever they told her to sign when she left, how, if at all, did the memos that were released to the press address that point?
There was no non-disclosure agreement signed or unsigned, or no acknowledgement signed or unsigned in the records released.
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you testify that Mr. David did not maintain the personnel file? He had a file with these memos. Do you know whether there were any other files maintained by anyone in the chambers that might have other documents relating to Ms. Boylan?
I don't.
So how did releasing these memos about Ms. Boylan disprove that she signed any non-disclosure or other agreement when she left?
I don't think we were attempting to prove it to a degree that you are looking for. I think that we were attempting to demonstrate that there was not an unsigned non-disclosure agreement in the file.
And did you do anything to determine whether there was any personnel file or other files that might have any paperwork relating to Ms. Boylan that did or didn't have a non-disclosure agreement in it?
Did I investigate myself? No.
Do you know if anyone else did?
I believe that at the time that there were attempts to secure any other files.
And since you weren't part of the process under which the files were released, who told you that one of the supposedly inaccurate or misleading statements that the release was designed to counteract was this one about not signing anything?
I believe that was relayed to me by either Judy or Linda.
And then you said that another supposedly inaccurate or misleading tweet that the release was designed to address was on December 13th, talking about her work being very good. Who told you that one of the reasons for releasing the file related to tweets on December 13th?
It was part of that same conversation. I believe it was either Linda or maybe Melissa.
And do you know whether anything in the memos that were released talk about Ms. Boylan's substantive job performance?
Not in those records, no.
Were there any other records that had anything like performance evaluations or anything along those lines?
I'm not certain.
Did anyone explain to you how, if at all, the memos that were released addressed Ms. Boylan's tweet that talked about her work being very good?
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Did anyone who was involved in the process leading to the release of the records explain to you how they believed that the release of the records addressed Ms. Boylan's tweet about her work being very good?
No.
And then the third one you mentioned was on December 5th, where it says, I tried to quit 3 times before it stuck. Who told you that that was one of the statements that the chamber was seeking to address in releasing Ms. Boylan's records?
Again, I don't believe I have a specific recollection of who made that statement, but it was in a conversation with Melissa, Linda, Judy.
And to your knowledge, is there anything in those memos that talks about whether or not Ms. Boylan had talked about or tried to quit on any prior occasions?
No.
At any point, did anyone tell you whether, in fact, Ms. Boylan had said she quit on any prior occasions?
At any point?
At any point.
Yes.
And who told you about that?
Melissa DeRosa.
And when did she tell you about that?
Sometime several weeks later.
Several weeks
after the discussion related to the press inquiry at issue.
And what did Ms. DeRosa tell you?
She stated that Lindsay did attempt several times. Let me rephrase that. She stated that often Lindsay would storm out of the building announcing loudly to everyone in the vicinity that she was quitting. But she would always show up the next day.
And did Mr. Rosa tell you whether she had ever asked Miss Boylan to stay when Miss Boylan announced that she was quitting?
Yes, I believe that she had in one instance asked her to continue with, I think she had either a reporter had obtained the text message or Melissa had relayed her recollection of the text message.
What text message are you referring to?
A text message where she said something to the effect of, please, you're a great member of the team or something similar in an effort to, assuage whatever issue was ongoing.
And did Mr. Rosa tell you what had led to any of the occasions that Miss Boylan announced that she was quitting?
No,
Did she tell you that one of them followed any sort of argument with Mr. Rosa?
I don't know that that was the specific genesis of her quitting. No, I don't recall.
When you spoke to Mr. Rosa and she talked about the times that Miss Boylan stormed out and said she was quitting, did you ask Mr. Rosa why, at that point, why personnel records were released to counteract a statement about her quitting before that was apparently true?
I don't recall specifically what I said.
Did Mr. Rosa offer any justification for using that tweet on December 5th as a justification to release Ms. Boylan's records if she knew that, in fact, Ms. Boylan had tried to quit before or had announced her she was quitting before?
She reiterated her understanding that it's a very different fact scenario for a candidate for public office to act as if they were forced out by whether it's a hostile work environment or unlawful discrimination, versus resigning.
Or what discrimination?
Unlawful discrimination versus resigning upon
And did Mr. Rosa then justify the release of the file in part because Ms. Boylan was claiming that she had been subjected to harassment or discrimination?
no.
At any point did Mr. Rosa say that the release of the records was in part because to counteract Ms. Boylan's claim that the governor had engaged in harassing behavior toward her?
No.
In any of these later conversations, did Mr. Rosa tell you whether she had spoken to the governor about releasing Ms. Boylan's files before it was done?
No.
In your work with Ms. DeRosa, since you've been in chambers, do you know whether it's her practice to consult with the governor before issuing any significant information to the press?
I don't.
Prior to the Lindsay Boylan allegations, were you involved in dealing with responses to the press on other matters with Ms. DeRosa?
Yes.
And on what sorts of issues?
Any legislative issues, any policy issues. Since, coming into chamber in August of 2019, I've worked on thousands of different press responses and statements.
You could turn to tab 10.
And before you do that, may I ask a question?
Sure, absolutely.
Ms. Garvey, earlier you told Ms. Clark that you didn't specifically recall what you said to Ms. DeRosa in the conversation that related to the release of Ms. Boylan's personnel file. Do you remember generally what you said in that conversation?
I think I made her clarify. I think I made her clarify her statement to make sure that I understood it. And then I think I left it alone.
And why were you seeking clarification?
To make sure I had an understanding of the facts.
Were you concerned?
In what sense?
Were you concerned about the fact that the personnel file of Lindsay Boylan had been released?
In that moment?
Yes.
No,
In any other moment, did you have that concern?
no.
And then you said Ms. Boylan gave her explanation, and then I think you said left it there. Is that what you said?
I think I left the conversation there with Melissa's clarification as the last word.
And so is that because Ms. DeRosa's clarification had satisfied you?
It had clarified, yes.
And what did it clarify?
I think it clarified that she believed that statement was misleading, irrespective of the fact that she had stormed out of the office on multiple prior occasions.
Thank you, Ann.
If you could turn to tab 10. If you go down to the page that's stamped 634, there's an email from Peter Ajemian that has a slightly different version of a statement talking about it's within a government entity's discretion to share redacted personnel records. And above that, Mr. Ajemian writes, my recommendation is to break it up and have the first part from Mike Volforte, if he would be willing, and the second part from Chamber. And then he forwards it again and says, here's a tweaked version. Beth, will Volforte agree this is accurate? Should these statements start coming from Mitra? Now you mentioned Mr. Volforte was with Goers. What was his position with Goers?
He's director of the Governor's Office of Employee Relations.
So you didn't respond regarding the question about Belforte. Did you speak with Mr. Belforte as to whether he agreed that statement was accurate?
Yes,
And what did you say to him and what did he say to you?
I read the statement to him. He concurred with the statement. I think the rest of our conversation related to whether or not he thought it was advisable for Goer to speak on behalf of the administration. Or
And
the,
what did you and he say about that?
he felt that the office should continue to be neutral and that objectively his office is not independent of the governor and would not provide any real independence from our office in speaking publicly about the matter, even if he were to do so.
And what did you understand him to mean when he said that his office is not independent of the governor?
He's appointed by the governor and serves at the pleasure of the governor.
Do you know who Mr. Belforte reports directly to?
All agency heads report to the Director of State Operations,
And who's that?
Kelly Cummings,
And who does Ms. Cummings report directly to?
Melissa DeRosa.
And does Mr. Rosa report directly to the governor?
Yes,
Did you speak to Mr. Ajemian about your conversation with Mr. Belforte?
I believe I did.
And what did you say? What did Mr. Ajemian say?
I don't recall specifically the conversation.
Do you recall generally what was said between you and Mr. Ajemian?
I think I relayed some of Mike's concerns and said that I would be fine issuing the statement.
And what were the concerns that you expressed?
I was relaying Mike's concerns.
Oh, Mike's concerns. You said my concerns. Sorry.
Mike's, sorry.
And you recall Mr. Ajemian said in response to the concerns that Mr. Belforte expressed?
I don't think he had any specific reaction, no.
Did you speak to with Mr. Belforte as to whether the release of the file could have been considered retaliatory?
At that time, no.
At any later point, did you?
No.
You could turn to tab 12. Another series of emails. This one is on March 14th, 2021. On the first page toward the bottom, there's an email from Melissa DeRosa to Peter Ajemian, Linda Lacewell, Jeff Pollock, copying you, Stephanie Bett, and various other people. Who is Jeffrey Pollock?
He's a political consultant.
And one of the people CC'd in addition to you is Liz Smith. Who is she?
She's also, she's a political consultant, more focused on communications.
And also right after her is Josh Vlasto. Who is he?
He also works for a consulting firm and focuses primarily on communications.
And a few paragraphs below that, it says this paragraph that starts from Rich Azzopardi, senior advisor to the governor, and talks about Ms. Boylan and her lawyers and members of the press reaching out to former members of the chamber and saying those former members of the chamber called to let various staff people know and convey they were upset by the outreach. Back in December of 2020, were you aware of any alleged outreach by Ms. Boylan or anyone else to former members of chamber?
Not in December, no.
When did you first learn about any such alleged outreach?
It's sometime sort of in this window of, early to mid-March.
And who told you about the alleged outreach?
I don't recall specifically.
Was Mr. Azzopardi one of them?
I really don't have a specific recollection of when or how I came to know that.
Do you recall anyone telling you which former members of chambers supposedly called the chamber saying that they were upset?
Not specifically, no.
In December 2020, were you aware of any members of chamber reaching out to current or former employees in regard to Ms. Boylan's tweets?
Yes.
And what were you aware of in December of 2020?
I was aware that there was concern about a number of individuals who were also, former employees or formerly affiliated with chamber who were, liking or retweeting the tweet or her series.
Sorry, you broke up for a second, at least for me. You said who were liking or retweeting
Lindsay's series of tweets in December.
And do you recall who any of the people were who were liking or retweeting her tweets in December?
I remember hearing the name Caitlin.
Any other names?
No, I don't think so.
And did you discuss with anyone as to what, if anything, should or would be done in response to anyone else retweeting or liking Ms. Boylan's tweets?
I did at some point subsequent to that have a conversation with Judy Mogul.
And what did the two of you discuss?
I think we're talking about a number of different issues that were ongoing in the office, and the topic had come up that she was communicating with, which was Caitlin's current employer.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Communicating with who?
Did Ms. Mogul share with you any other former employees that there was any concern about any statements they were making or might make in the future?
No.
Turning back to tab 12, you write on the first page, you write in response to Melissa DeRosa's email, we don't have to make news with that answer. It can be spun as retaliatory. What were you referring to?
I don't know. This thread is hard to follow. Okay, I think I have the thread now.
Okay, and so what were you referring to when you said we don't have to make news with that answer? It can be spun as retaliatory.
So if you go to the very last page of this attachment is the first draft of the answer on the subject of Melissa. The very last page. Yep. So this answer said would have us being on the record in July 2018, talking about behavior that Lindsay engaged in that, while factual, was not documented in any of those records and would be at this juncture in March, in my view, furthering Lindsay's complaints that she had already made to this reporter that leaking the personnel file in the first instance was retaliatory.
And was this sort of mid-March time period the first time you started talking to people about whether the way Chambers responded to allegations could be considered retaliatory?
I don't know whether or not this was the first, but we were by this point clearly in a different posture with respect to Lindsay.
And why were you in a different posture at this point? Well,
the Attorney General inquiry had commenced. You had been appointed. She had further outlined her complaints from December and clearly outlined a pattern of conduct which put her more squarely in the shoes of being a complainant as opposed to where in December she had a series of tweets that started with general negative statements about the workplace, general statements about the governor, the lack of diversity in his office, his sort of genuineness and truthfulness, right? So those series of tweets progressed, the Medium piece crystallized her complaints publicly, at which point our responses to her by law needed to shift. And that's what this email is reflecting.
and at the time the personnel files were released in December of 2020, it was after Ms. Boylan had used the phrase sexual harassment or something along those lines, correct?
Correct.
Had anyone asked you back in 2020, would you have raised any concerns back then about retaliation?
I honestly can't say.
On tab 13, a little later, but looks like it's still on how to respond to press at this time. There's an email from Peter Ajemian to Melissa DeRosa et al. On March 14th at 9:55 p.m. says, yes, on W, Beth, 2 Min. Do you recall having a conversation with Peter Ajemian that evening?
Not specifically, no.
Do you recall anything about your conversation with him that evening?
No.
And you respond a few minutes later saying in part, any way we slice this, we could make the retaliation claim here and we should just leave it alone. What was your concern here?
So based on this email, I believe Melissa still wanted to send her original response to the reporter.
I didn't hear that.
Based on my email here, I believe what was happening was Melissa wanted to submit her original answer.
And did you have any discussions with Ms. DeRosa about your concerns that issuing her version could be considered retaliation?
It's possible that, you know, in between this series of emails that we were all on the phone, it's clear from Peter's email that we were discussing, and I may have relayed my concerns to Peter. We may have discussed them as a bigger group. I can't recall specifically.
Do you recall any conversations that Ms. DeRosa was part of in which she explained why she wanted to release her version despite your concerns about retaliation?
Melissa believed that Lindsay's continued sort of reliance on her narrative, which was that she left the chamber, you know, without any misgivings about her work, were mere, you know, factual inaccuracies that could be corrected. And that this was any other press inquiry or any other press story where there is inaccurate information or information that's not perfectly clear or doesn't, you know, portray the administration in the best light. The normal protocol is to attempt to get that corrected, get the true facts into the news story. And it was clear she viewed this as any other news story.
Did you explain to her how actions that might be perfectly lawful or normal in some circumstances can become retaliatory in other circumstances?
Yes.
Did she accept your explanation?
to be quite honest, I don't recall where the story actually landed and what the statement was. I'd need to see the final.
If you could turn to tab 14. And there's a reference at the top in an email from you to a large group of people that you spoke to Melissa earlier. I think she agrees we shouldn't give news to this story if there isn't any. And this statement, keeping it to prior statements, can't create any new exposure, retaliation. And you write, note her tweets raise civil suits. What was the reference to her tweets raise civil suits?
I don't know, looking at it now. You could turn to tab 15. This is the next day. Another chain of people. Find the part I want to look at. If you could turn to page 3094. Which is a text, email from you back on March 14th. You start by saying, this is new, we haven't said it, and I'm not sure our records reflect this. Is that referring again to the statement Mr. Rosa wanted to make about Ms. Boylan supposedly bypassing senior staff, et cetera? Yes.
And you write, it's completely relevant, but it can also look like we are inventing facts to suit us. What were you concerned about there?
Look, this is a very fact-specific type of claim and inquiry. And because we have certain records that we had already released that didn't reflect this, to come out now and make new assertions about her poor performance, failure to follow protocols, et cetera, all 100% accurate and true, could look as if they were invented to suit the moment and discredit Lindsay. This is why, personnel records and performance evaluations are important to be kept contemporaneously. We did not have contemporaneous records. And therefore, my recommendation was we not use this new piece of information.
And in the next paragraph, you write, in part, we are just pushing back on an anecdote you acknowledged to all of us earlier is true. What were you referring to there?
Let's see. If we go back to the last page of tab 14, LLAG 03213.
That's the part about the allegation that a convo in which Melissa screamed at her on the phone.
Yes,
And so Ms. Rosa had admitted to you and others that that anecdote was true.
yes.
You then continue, we are just creating new liability for a retaliation claim that is ultimately Gov's personally. What did you mean there?
In 2018, the legislature enacted Section 17A of the Public Officers Law. That provision is an exception to the general rule of indemnification for state officers or employees when the claim relates to sexual harassment, and a judgment, final judgment for sexual harassment, which, as I understand it, could include retaliation related to sexual harassment.
You continued, so his lawyers should weigh in. Who were you referring to when you said his lawyers?
His personal attorneys, Rita Glavin and Sharon Nellis.
And do you know if anyone ever shared this issue with his personal lawyers?
I did from time to time have conversations with his personal attorney about my concern on this.
And so you were keeping them apprised about actions that could be potentially viewed as retaliatory?
You know, I don't have a specific recollection of calling Rita about this particular incident, but I know I have expressed a concern to her.
And did Mr. Rosa tell you whether she was talking to the governor about his view on how to respond to these allegations?
No.
In the next paragraph, you write, it's purely our discretion to release records or disclose, so motive is what carries this. What did you mean by the so motive is what carries this?
That it would be a factual inquiry about what the specific intent behind the addition of this information was.
And then you again talk about, is anecdote false? No, it's true. And you said it was true. So it is just us taking a shot at her. What did you mean by us taking a shot at her?
The statement that she proposed providing did not contest the accuracy of the anecdote.
And you said this is something that creates significant risk. Is that referring again to the risk of a potential retaliation claim?
I thought there was significant exposure based on the answer she wanted to give that was new and different from any existing claim. Yes.
I think this would be a good time to take a lunch break, but before we do that, Jen, did you want to jump in with anything? Okay, maybe we don't have her. All right, why don't we go off the record and we can talk about how long we need for a lunch break.
Stand by. Time is 12:58 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going off the record, and this will end media unit number 2. Stand by.
Okay.
The time is 1:46 p.m. We are back on the record, and this will be the start of media unit number 3. Counsel?
Thank you. Ms. Garvey, did anyone ever share with you a draft of a letter expressing support for the governor and making any criticisms of Lindsey Boylan?
No,
Did anyone ever share with you, either give you a copy or read to you any draft of any statement just expressing support for the governor after Ms. Boylan made allegations?
yes,
And did you actually, were you given a copy or did someone read it to you or something else?
it was read to me.
And who read it to you?
Alfonso David.
And when did Mr. David, it was this by telephone?
Yes,
And I assume he had called you?
yes.
When did he call you to read you this statement?
I couldn't say with specificity. Sometime, I think, post the Medium piece. So sometime in that, sort of however many day period. I think it was before the Charlotte Bennett complaint became public.
And other than reading you the text of the statement, what did Mr. David say to you when he called you about this?
He prefaced it by saying that there was a desire to do something proactive and support, and asked if he could, count on me to be part of the effort. And I said, it depends on the statement specifically, at which point he read me the statement.
And what do you recall the statement said?
I was listening at that point very, carefully for any, sort of negative treatment about Lindsay, and, didn't hear anything negative or even, a backhanded, anything even with a backhanded reference to complaints. But I think it was a defense of the governor and the work that the office had done. And to be honest, it sounded fine to me as it was read.
What did you say to Mr. David after he read you the statement?
I said, that sounds fine. I, will obviously need to see a final before, making sure that it's what you read me is actually what I'm signing my name to.
And what, if anything, did he say?
He said, okay, I'll be back in touch. And then we never spoke about it again.
And did he ever send you a copy of it?
No,
Did he ever tell you who else had agreed to sign on to it?
I don't think so.
Did he tell you whether he was signing on to it?
That was certainly my impression. I don't know if he specifically said that.
Did he or anyone else ask you to make calls to anyone to get people to sign on to a statement like that?
No.
And did you reach out at any point to any former employees to find out if they were aware of any instances of sexual harassment, any ex-employees?
No.
Did anyone ever ask you to reach out to talk to any ex-employees to see if they either had experiences or knew of somebody that had experiences that might come forward after Ms. Boylan did?
No.
After Ms. Boylan published the Medium piece, did you talk to any of the women who worked in chambers that worked directly with the governor, the briefers, the executive assistants, people like that, to see if any of them had any experiences that made them uncomfortable with the governor?
Not in the form of an inquiry, as you captioned it, but there did come a time where we had, I say we, either Judy or myself spoke with many different groups of individuals to make them aware that, either Judy or myself, I think at this point we had retained chamber counsel, Mitra and Paul, and we said Mitra or Paul would be available if anyone had concerns or questions. This would have been after the referral had been made to the Attorney General.
And so it was after Charlotte Bennett's allegations had come out?
Yes.
Was it after you had learned about issues with Brittany Canisso?
I think prior.
And which groups of employees did you speak with?
I spoke with the schedulers and briefers. I spoke with my staff, and I spoke with the chamber operations staff, and I think the constituency group.
And in any of those meetings, did anyone raise any concerns?
No.
After you and Ms. Mogul held those meetings, did anyone reach out to you to privately express any concerns?
I don't think so.
Did Ms. Mogul tell you whether anyone reached out to her after the two of you held these meetings to express any concerns?
No.
I want to turn to Charlotte Bennett. Did you ever work with Ms. Bennett?
Yes, I did.
And what were the occasions in which you worked with Ms. Bennett?
In her role as a briefer, she often had to get, sorry, just one, I'm plugging in. Okay. In her role as a briefer, she would compile information that would go to the governor every night in a book. And it would include background memos, news clippings, sometimes talking points for meetings. So I interacted with her on several different matters on various topics, related to legislation or issues I was working on for him.
And how did you find, what was your opinion of her based on the interactions you had with her?
They were really pretty limited, but she always seemed pleasant and cheerful, and often, her job involved emailing me several times, sometimes calling and texting multiple times to get me to respond if I was busy. And she was always very pleasant and cordial and professional in those interactions.
And did you ever observe her interact with the governor?
No.
Now, I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, or that the first involvement you had regarding her allegations was on a phone call with Mr. Ajemian, to a reporter from the New York Times?
Yes.
And prior to getting on the phone, had anyone told you anything about Ms. Bennett's allegations?
No.
So how did it come about that you were on a phone call with Peter Ajemian, and I wrote down the name of the reporter and I misplaced it. So
Jesse McKinley. Well, I got a phone call from Peter at about 8:30 in the morning, the day that the story came out. And what he relayed was that there was a story that they had just learned about related to allegations of sexual harassment, and he needed someone to be on the phone with him, and asked if I would do it.
And presumably you agreed.
Yes.
How long did the phone call last?
Probably about half an hour or so.
And to your knowledge, did Mr. Ajemian record this conversation?
I don't believe so.
Did you record it?
No.
And what do you recall was said by each of the three of you on that call?
Mostly the reporter spoke. He went through a lot of, detail that his reporting had revealed. There were several questions.
I'm sorry, could you
just trying to get clarity on certain
Sorry to interrupt, but you broke up. So you froze for a minute. So you said he went through various details, and then I lost you after that.
Various details his reporting had revealed. So, everything that was in the story, I think, start to finish. And then Peter asked some clarifying questions. I probably asked one or two clarifying questions where dates weren't clear. But that was really the substance. He was asking for a response from the governor's office and, needed to get that right away because the plan was to publish later that day.
Do you recall any of the clarifying questions Mr. Ajemian asked?
Not specifically, no.
Did the reporter share any allegations that didn't wind up in the story?
I think there was some additional detail that didn't ultimately make it into the final story. Just, again, I don't know specifically. I couldn't point to anything now, but I have a vague recollection there may have been more detail in what he went through.
And after the call, did you speak to Mr. Ajemian?
Yes,
Did he tell you whether he had heard anything about Miss Bennett's, any of the allegations raised by Miss Bennett before?
he said he was getting on a larger call with Melissa, and several other people, and asked if I would join that call.
My question was a little bit different, I'm sorry. When you got off the call with the reporter, did he give you any indication that he had heard any of that before the call with the reporter?
No,
So he said he was getting on a bigger call and asked you to join. Did you join that call?
yes.
And who was on that call?
Melissa, Judy, Linda, I think Liz Smith, I think Josh Vlasto, Peter, obviously, and I think Steve Cohen.
Was Rich Azzopardi on the call?
I think so. Did I not say Rich?
And how long did that call last?
Probably about an hour.
And was the governor on that call?
No.
And what do you recall was said during that call?
Peter,
Objection privilege.
Liz Smith and Josh Blasto are neither lawyers nor were they employees of the executive chamber at the time. So the chamber's produced emails that include these folks.
Well, you certainly could ask questions as to what they said.
Well, if statements are made in their presence, then those statements are the privilege is waived as to those statements.
It's my understanding that chamber claimed privilege on that call, and we're asserting the privilege on behalf of chamber.
Okay. I hope we haven't tried to bring you back, Ms. Garvey. Are there any statements that were made during that call that you're allowed to describe?
I think I need to just,
Did you need to confer with your lawyer?
yes, could I?
Why don't you just mute yourself and you can talk to him.
Oh, yeah, I'm muted already.
Oh, that's right. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Freeman, you're not muted. I'll mute you now. Okay. Ms. Clark, when she says Lasco, or you say Lasco, who are you saying?
It's Josh Vlasto, V as in Victor, Lasto.
Thank you.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, now we can.
We're claiming privilege.
Okay. We will take that up with Chamber. After that group call, did you have any further conversations with anyone about the allegations that you understood Ms. Bennett was making through the New York Times?
Yes, we had multiple further conversations subsequent to that initial call.
And who was involved in those subsequent conversations?
Linda, Judy, Melissa, myself, and a subsequent conversation with Steve Cohen, and I think that was it that day.
How many conversations were you part of that day?
I think probably about 6 or 7.
And were you at any point responsible for investigating any of the allegations that Ms. Bennett
No,
made? And was it at this time that Ms. Mogul shared with you her prior discussions with Ms. Bennett?
yes.
And when the New York Times story was breaking, what was your understanding of what, if anything, had been done when Ms. Bennett raised allegations earlier?
Can I speak as to my understanding?
We need to confer.
Okay, go ahead. You can mute yourselves again.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yes, my understanding was that Judy Mogul and Jill DeRosier had interviewed Charlotte.
And have you ever spoken to Ms. Bennett about any of the allegations? We're having some internet issues. Did you hear my question?
As to whether I ever spoke directly with Ms. Bennett about her allegations.
Yeah.
No,
Did you ever speak to Jill DeRosier about her conversations with Ms. Bennett?
no,
Did you know whether or not Goer had ever been informed of Ms. Bennett's allegations?
you broke up for a moment. Could you repeat the question?
Sorry. I'm not sure if it's your connection or mine, but we keep breaking up on each other. Did you know whether Ms. Bennett's allegations had ever been reported to Goer?
I know that they,
You can continue.
Okay. We're having all sorts of technical fun today. Okay. It was your understanding it was not reported to goer? Is that what you said?
yes,
Did anyone explain to you why it was not reported to goer at the time?
yes.
And what was the explanation?
We need to confirm.
I think we need to confer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Clark, when you're
Yes.
saying Jill DeRosier, are you saying Jill DeRosa, or we have a new person?
There's Melissa DeRosa and there's Jill DeRosier, which is DES capital ROSIER.
Right, okay,
Just to confuse things.
okay. I made them sisters, so I'll change that.
Judy relayed to me her interview of Charlotte on, I think they had 2 separate interactions. And that was the substance of my understanding.
Did Judy explain why it was not reported to goer?
I believe I can't answer that question without encroaching on the privilege.
Why don't we turn to tab 27? And it looks like Mr. Azzopardi forwarded, copying you, an email from Brendan Lyons. Is your understanding that Mr. Lyons works for the Times Union?
Yes,
And Mr. Lyons writes in part, looking at Beth Garvey's statement from last weekend, there is no indication that goer was notified or that the matter was referred to that office for a formal investigation. Is there a reason that was not done? And is it the chamber's position that Executive Order 187 does not apply to the executive chamber? First of all, are you familiar with Executive Order 187?
yes.
And what is your understanding as to what that executive order is?
Executive Order 187 was issued, I think, back in 2018 and says that in order to consistently and appropriately respond to all allegations of discrimination, including sex discrimination and sexual harassment, all state agencies are required to refer complaints to goer for investigation and not to conduct internal investigations.
And is it your understanding that that executive order applies to the executive chamber?
The executive order is not exceedingly clear on that point, but it's my understanding that we have always treated ourselves as being subject to Executive Order 187.
Now, which as a party sent it to, who's that?
Was an employee who worked in our press office.
And then you forwarded to Linda Lacewell. Why did you forward it to her?
I can't recall specifically, but Linda and Judy both had been very, involved in responses.
When you say they were involved in responses, are you talking about press responses?
Press responses.
Did you have any discussion with Ms. Lacewell about this press inquiry after you forwarded it to her?
I don't recall specifically a conversation.
Do you know if anyone responded to Mr. Lyons' question?
I don't believe so.
Do you know what, if any, action was taken? Sorry, let me back up a minute. So you're understanding that Ms. Bennett spoke to Ms. Mogul and Mr. Rosier back in June of 2020?
I believe they had conversation in June. And I think again, maybe early July, just to be specific.
And if they did not report it to Goer, do you know if they took any action in response to the concerns raised by Ms. Bennett?
I know that she was interviewed. And as a product of that interview, she sought and received a transfer to another position.
And is it your view that transferring away a person who's raised concerns about possible sexual harassment is the appropriate way to deal with a complaint?
If a complaint of sexual harassment were made, a transfer would potentially be an appropriate resolution, but would certainly not be the only appropriate action.
And did you understand that Ms. Bennett was reporting potentially sexually harassing behavior to Mr. Rosier and Ms. Mogul back in June, July of 2020?
I understood that Charlotte Bennett had relayed concerns and sought a transfer with her conversation with Jill DeRosier and Ms. Mogul.
Did you understand that Ms. Bennett had shared with Mr. Rosier and Ms. Mogul that she thought the governor was trying to initiate a sexual or romantic relationship with her?
I don't have that specific understanding based on what I know.
And what do you know that what were the nature of the concerns raised by Ms. Bennett back in June and July of 2020?
That she was uncomfortable continuing to work for the governor as a briefer, that there had been a series of conversations that, while she did not feel concerned with at the time, in totality looking back, she wanted to have a transfer because she felt that comments about him asking her to find him a girlfriend made her uncomfortable.
Were you aware that he had also talked to her about possible age difference between him and potential girlfriends and said he thought he could go as low as 22 years of age?
Yes.
And did you understand that that made Ms. Bennett uncomfortable because she knew the governor knew she was 25?
I think there was an aspect of that conversation that made Ms. Bennett uncomfortable. I don't feel comfortable attributing what specific part of it made her uncomfortable. I wasn't part of the conversation, so I'm only aware of a secondhand reading or what I read about in the press.
And did you understand, not from the press, but from anything you learned within chambers, that Ms. Bennett had described the governor asking her questions about her dating history?
Yes,
And did you understand from what you learned within chambers that the governor had asked Ms. Bennett for information about her sexual assault she experienced in college?
yes,
Did you understand?
Sorry, her sexual assault, what?
In college,
Experience in college.
experience in college.
Thank you.
Did you understand that Ms. Bennett had said that in one conversation, the governor had repeatedly said to her, "You were raped, you were raped, you were assaulted, you were raped," or words to that effect?
I don't know specifically if that was relayed in those conversations. I know it was in the New York Times story. I'm having a hard time distinguishing.
Were you aware of whether Ms. DeRosier or Ms. Mogul took any steps after they spoke to Charlotte Bennett in June, July 2020 to ensure that the governor did not engage in such conduct with any other women?
I believe that not only was Charlotte given the transfer that she requested, but that there was a view that, continued that having individuals alone with the governor for long periods of time should not continue.
And Emily, you can take that down. And when there was discussion about individuals shouldn't be alone with the governor, was it all individuals or just female individuals?
I think female.
And did anyone explain to you what the purpose of that effort was to not have women alone for a long period of time with the governor?
No,
Did anyone tell you that it was to protect the governor?
I didn't have any conversation one way or another as to the purpose.
And do you know if in fact anyone took steps to actually limit the governor spending any long periods of time alone with female staffers?
Not specifically, no.
Did you ever speak to Stephanie Benton about how the governor was staffed?
No,
Did you ever ask Ms. Benton any questions about what she observed about the governor's interactions with any of the women who came forward?
no,
Did you ever speak to Ms. DeRosa about whether she did anything to try to limit the governor spending time alone with female staffers?
no.
Ask you to turn to tab 16. And do you recognize this document?
Yes,
What is this?
it's a screenshot of a text message
And who's the text message with?
of my deputy.
And it's with you and her?
Yes,
So it starts by, is that you saying, so Charlotte's story getting posted in Times very soon?
yes,
You're at sending you what Peter sent to Times, and that's Peter Ajimian.
yes,
And responded, oh my God, had you already spoken to her and told her about it at this point?
yes,
You wrote, have been on phone all day, and obvi Charlotte has told.
he's a lobbyist.
And how did you know that Ms. Bennett spoke to him?
It's an assumption. In my text, I clearly was being a little bit glib here. My assumption was Charlotte had spoken with this lobbyist because there had been some allegation made that Charlotte had a story to tell that had been relayed through the Albany rumor mill to someone in the Senate who spoke to Melissa, who asked me who would be speaking to other people about this.
And what did you say to Ms. DeRosa when she asked you about that?
That I had absolutely no conversations with anyone about anything, and certainly would not have relayed anything external to Chamber.
And how does that link up to you assuming that Ms. Bennett had spoken to me?
It was just an assumption I made based on their ages. They're relatively of the same sort of peer group.
Had you ever worked in Chambers?
No,
And who did he lobby on behalf of? Were there particular clients he was?
no, I mean, I wouldn't know specifically. He worked for a firm,
Which firm did he work for?
Hinman Straub.
And said she spoke to them. Do you know who the them was that she was referring to?
New York Times.
And so that's what you were responding to when you wrote in-depth, detailed.
Yes.
And then further down on the next screen, you wrote, I just feel like I want to tell the staff we didn't know until today. Who's the we that didn't know until today?
Chamber.
And when you say Chamber didn't know until today, you meant in terms of her speaking to the Times or about her allegations or something else?
In terms of the allegations.
Well, before that day, there were certainly some people in Chambers that knew about the allegations. Isn't that right?
Yes. I think more specifically me. We.
After you learned about the allegations, were you part of any inquiries made to determine whether Ms. Bennett's allegations were true?
No.
But I think you did say earlier you were part of some of the dealing with, Emily, you can take that down. You're part of responding to press inquiries after that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were there particular aspects of the Charlotte Bennett story that you were involved in responding to?
Yes.
And what parts were you involved with?
responses to the story.
And who else was involved in responding to the stories about Miss Bennett?
Multiple people were consulted for various different reasons, in chamber, out of chamber.
Who were the people out of chamber that were involved?
Josh Flasto, Liz Smith, Jeff Pollock, Danny Lever. You know, to the extent you consider them out of chamber, for clarity, Linda Lacewell, Steve Cohen. And from time to time, Chris Cuomo, the governor's brother, also was consulted.
And what subjects were discussed when you were part of any conversations that included any of these people, putting aside for now Linda Lacewell and Steve Cohen, but that involved Josh Flasto, Liz Smith, Jeff Pollock, Danny Lever, or Chris Cuomo?
Conversations with respect to what an appropriate response would be to the New York Times story.
And do you recall any particular statements or positions that were advocated by any of the people on those calls?
Not with specificity. Overall, everyone uniformly wanted to treat Charlotte with great sensitivity.
And why was that?
I don't think anyone wanted to have any role in re-victimizing someone who was already, once a survivor of a sexual assault, who was, an employee, recently of chamber, and that didn't seem the appropriate course.
For any of the calls that included Mr. Vlasto, Ms. Smith, Mr. Pollock, Ms. Lever, or Chris Cuomo, was the governor part of any of those calls?
No.
And any of the calls you were part of that included any of these outside people, did anyone say that any of the allegations made by Ms. Bennett were not true?
I think not true might be too far, but not as relayed.
What do you mean not as relayed?
To, in the initial interview with Judy.
So was Judy the only one challenging any aspect of what Ms. Bennett had told the New York Times?
Judy was the only person who had personal knowledge, who had ever had the conversation. So I, certainly don't want to make it appear as if Judy was attempting to malign anyone. I think Judy was speaking factually about her knowledge of what had been relayed.
Did anyone share whether or not the governor was alleging that anything Ms. Bennett had told the New York Times was not true?
No, I don't think so.
Did anyone ever convey that the governor said that what Ms. Bennett told the New York Times was true?
This answer, we need to confer, this answer could invoke the privilege.
You guys can confer. If it included, Chris Cuomo or Josh Vlasto or somebody, I would think the privilege is waived, but I'll let you guys confer.
I'm sorry.
We're
what
not
could-
talking about that.
Could you, your question was what again?
Did anyone convey that the governor had said that any of the allegations made by Miss Bennett were true?
We need to confer.
Sorry about that.
That's
So
okay.
with respect to the call, it's there any, I'm having a hard time in your questioning, you're using the word false. There was a difference in intent. The governor's statement, which was public, was that there was no intent, as Ms. Bennett relayed. Never an allegation that it was, specific statements were false that were relayed in the Times, but the motivation was not as portrayed.
And were there, make sure I understand, was there any acknowledgement that the statements were in fact made by the governor but he did not intend them in a harassing way or something along those lines? Is that your understanding?
Correct, or in a sexual way.
And is it your understanding that the intent of the person engaging in the conduct is relevant to determining whether or not conduct constituted sexual harassment?
No.
If you could turn to tab 17. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a statement that was issued in response to the New York Times story.
And the first part is a statement from Governor Cuomo, and the second part is a statement from, it says it's from you. Did you draft this statement?
Yes.
And was anyone else involved in drafting this statement?
Yes.
Who else was involved?
Melissa, Judy, Linda, Steve, Peter, Ajemian, Rich.
You say Rich as a party?
Yes.
Was Rich Bamberger involved in any of the conversations you were part of while we're mentioning Rich's?
It's entirely possible. You know, I would not want to preclude the possibility he was on a call or a email chain, but I don't have any specific recollection.
And you write in part that Ms. Bennett's concerns were treated with sensitivity and respect. What was your basis for that statement?
My conversations with Judy, where she relayed how she had acted with respect to the concerns.
You also write that it was treated in accordance with applicable law and policy. What was that statement based on?
Based on our understanding of what had been relayed to Judy.
And was it Judy who made the determination that it was handled in accordance with applicable law and policy, or was that made by this group of people that were working on the statement or something else?
Certainly Judy, at the time she made the decision, was acting in accordance with law and policy. And there was a determination made in consultation with the larger group that this was appropriate to say in this statement.
And how was it determined that not reporting it to Goer was in accordance with policy?
What had been relayed for large part was not unwelcome. Specifically, you know, a number of the interactions that Charlotte and the governor had, Charlotte characterized as not unwelcome and perfectly appropriate. And that she believed she was escalating this before any unwelcome conduct could occur.
Was it your understanding that in the conversation in which the governor was asking Miss Bennett about age difference and asking her to find him a girlfriend, that Miss Bennett found that conversation to be welcome?
At that time, how she portrayed it to Judy was that after that conversation, she felt uncomfortable and she would like a transfer.
And was it your understanding that this conversation that prompted her to request a transfer was unwelcome?
I don't want to assume what her state of mind was.
But you understood that that conversation prompted her to ask for a transfer out of the executive chamber, correct?
Yes,
And the group in February of this year determined that a conversation that prompted somebody to request a transfer in that fashion still was not required to be reported to GOER?
at the time, based on how it was described, that was the determination that was made, and we're standing by the determination that was made at the time. We're not looking back now based on the New York Times story and second guessing what was relayed or the characterization of those facts.
But wasn't it Ms. Mogul's understanding back in June or July of 2020 that the conversation about the governor asking Ms. Bennett to find a girlfriend and the age difference was a conversation that prompted her to request a transfer out of the executive chamber? Wasn't that the understanding back in June or July of 2020?
Objection. How can she know the state of mind of Ms. Mogul?
If you could not make, you're not supposed to be making objections, certainly not speaking objections. Did you were conveyed information about what happened in June or July of 2020. In learning of that information, wasn't part of that information that the conversation that Ms. Mogul had available to her in June or July of 2020 was that the conversation about finding a girlfriend and the age difference and all that stuff led Ms. Bennett to ask for a transfer?
Yes,
And was it your understanding that when she spoke to Ms. DeRosier about the conversation and wanting a transfer back in June of 2020, that Ms. DeRosier took it seriously enough that she arranged for an almost immediate transfer out of the executive chamber?
yes,
And despite all that, in February of 2021, the group that worked on the statement determined they were standing by the original determination that it was appropriate not to refer that to GOER. Is that correct?
yes.
And further in the statement, it says that no further action was required, that a determination was made that no further action was required. What was that based on?
It was, again, based on the facts available to Judy. And that, I think, simply is intended to denote that a referral to GOER was not required in this instance.
And when it says no further action was required, I think you testified there was some effort made to limit the governor being alone with women. So there was some determination that something additional was appropriate at that time, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And you also referred to Ms. Bennett's wishes in the statement.
Yes,
But it's your understanding that under GOER, under the EEO policy, if something needs to be reported to GOER, it needs to be reported regardless of the complainant's wishes. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And isn't part of the reason for a policy like that is to make sure that other potential victims are protected?
yes.
And after strike that. Now, are you familiar with Miss Bennett's allegation that Stephanie Benton, before I move on from here. This statement issued on February 27th, 21, says the governor has requested an independent review and all staff will cooperate in that endeavor. Former federal judge Barbara Jones will lead the review. When was it decided that Judge Jones was going to lead the review?
Saturday, the 27th.
And who were you part of discussions as to who should lead that review?
Yes.
And who else was involved in those discussions?
Judy, Linda, Steve, Melissa. I think that was the group discussing that aspect.
Was anyone from outside the chambers other than Ms. Lacewell involved?
Well, for clarity, Steve.
Oh, Steve Cohen and Steve Cohen.
But also, I just want to be a little clear here. The conversations about Judge Jones happened in isolation. Further conversations about the statement happened with a larger group.
Okay. So I'm not talking about the Judge Jones part. So that was just the smaller group you've identified?
Yes.
Was, Liz Smith or Josh Flasto or Chris Cuomo or any of those people involved in the discussions about Judge Jones?
No.
And who proposed Judge Jones?
I don't recall specifically who first raised her name.
I'm sorry, you didn't recall specifically what?
I don't recall specifically who first raised her name.
And do you recall any discussions about why anyone was in favor of Judge Jones being the one to lead the review?
Objection privilege.
Were you aware that Ms. Jones had worked at the same law firm as Steve Cohen at one point?
I was not aware at the time, no.
You can take that down, Emily. Thanks. Were you aware of Ms. Bennett's allegation that Stephanie Benton completed the governor's sexual harassment training for him?
I was made aware by a press inquiry.
And after you were made aware of the press inquiry, were you involved in determining the truth or falsity of that allegation?
Yes.
And what was your role?
I interviewed Stephanie to determine whether or not there was any validity to that allegation.
And was that training that was done with one of those, the paper PowerPoint, or was it online or something else?
Paper PowerPoint.
And did you see any documentation regarding the governor taking the paper PowerPoint training?
I saw the attestation.
Did you speak to the governor to ask whether he read through the PowerPoint presentation before signing the attestation?
I did not speak with him directly, no.
What did Ms. Benton tell you about the allegation?
That it was false. He did the training himself. She remembers giving it to him. And that was it.
Did she say whether she was with him when the governor went through the PowerPoint?
No. She was not.
So she could confirm that she gave the governor the document,
Yes.
and then you had the attestation, but is that the only information that you had?
And that he had returned it to her when he said it was complete.
Do you know if anyone asked the governor as to whether he actually read through the training?
Stephanie spoke with him.
And she said that he read through it, or what did she say?
That he remembers reading through it. Yes.
Now, have you ever worked with Brittany Canisso?
Yes.
And what has been the nature of your work interactions with her?
She organized testing for a period of time in the executive chamber, and she was one of the executive assistants who would sometimes cover phones and run errands for the front office staff.
And when you say the front office staff, who's that referring to?
So, and Melissa and the governor.
And how often did you interact with her?
Not that frequently. Sometimes she'd transfer calls. We'd say hello if I was called back.
And did you ever observe her interact with the governor?
No.
When is the first time you heard that there were any possible issues regarding the governor's treatment of Ms. Canisso?
On
Of what? Treatment of what?
Ms. Canisso.
on March 8th.
And what happened on March 8th?
Judy Mogul called me and asked to patch me into a call with.
And then what happened?
Relayed that the Saturday prior, Brittany had confided that the governor had sexually harassed her.
And did they provide any detail as to what that harassment entailed?
Yes.
What did they say?
They relayed that it was over a period of time that the governor would give hugs or make flirty comments that eventually escalated into a particular interaction at the executive mansion where he reached under her blouse and groped her breast.
What else was said on this call by you, Ms. Mogul?
Well, they went through, the setting, how they had learned of this was at a private dinner, a girls' night out kind of an event outside of work, that they had noticed that Brittany had been upset over the past few days at work, and that Brittany first confided and then at the party. And we thanked them for making the report and assured them that they had done the right thing and that, we would, be back in touch with them. We need to talk more.
I'm sorry, we're having some technical issues today. You said we'd be back in touch with them. What?
May need to talk to them more.
Did express concern about retaliation?
Not on that call, I don't believe, no.
At any later occasion, did they?
Did at one point, express concern to me. She said she was, she came to my office and said she was very concerned. And I said, you absolutely did the right thing. And, this is all going to be fine. You did the right thing.
When did she come to your office to express this?
I think it was, either that later that day or the next day.
In the initial conversation, did you express any concern about keeping their jobs?
Not that I recall.
At any later point, did they?
No,
Did either say that Ms. Camissa was worried about keeping her job?
they did.
What did they say with respect to that?
They said that, she needed the job and couldn't afford to lose her job.
What, if anything, did you or Ms. Mogul say in response to that?
I don't believe we said anything in response to that.
How long did that call last?
About 20 minutes, maybe.
Did you have any subsequent conversations with her after that call other than the meeting you just described?
No, not where we weren't, with outside counsel.
After the call with Ms. Mogul, what's the next time you had any conversation with anyone about this?
Immediately after that call, Judy and I called Mike Valforti from Goer.
You called who?
Mike Valforti from Goer.
And what was discussed on that call?
We relayed that we had just received a complaint. That it was, clearly covered by the policy and that we would need to make a referral. We were concerned because of the referral that had already been made to the Attorney General. The referral that had been made to the Attorney General covered not only Lindsay and Charlotte, but any future complainants as well.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Valforte say?
His view was that, one thing, the referral to the Attorney General didn't necessarily eliminate the jurisdiction of Goer. And then, in this instance, on these facts, a referral to law enforcement would actually be required and not a referral to Goer.
To make sure I understand, Mr. Valforte was saying it should be referred to law enforcement, but not to Goer?
It was not totally clear on the point whether it was law enforcement first, simultaneous with Goer. There was some back and forth about holding a complaint, in abeyance while law enforcement looked at it.
How long was the call with Mike Valforte?
5 or 10 minutes.
What was the next conversation you had with anyone about the allegations concerning Ms. Camissa?
Judy and I called Mitra Hormozy, who is our outside counsel.
What was the next call you had after that?
We called, I think Melissa called and got the three of us on the phone. And so we had a conversation with Melissa. I believe Steve Cohen may have also been on the phone. I think Linda was also on the phone.
And you said Melissa called you and Judy. Had she already heard about Ms. Camisso's allegations?
Yes,
Do you know how she heard about it?
I believe she heard about it through Judy had relayed it to.
And what was discussed amongst you, Ms. Mogul, Mr. Rosa, Mr. Cohen, and Ms. Lacewell?
Privilege.
The day you learned Ms. Camisso's allegations or the next day, did you speak to anyone in the Chamber's press office, Mr. Ajemian, Mr. Azzopardi, anyone connected with that about Ms. Camisso?
Yes.
And who did you talk to?
Rich, as a party, came to my office with Peter.
And when was that?
It was either later that day or the next day.
And did they say why they were coming to your office?
Yes, Brendan Lyons from the Times Union had contacted Rich and was looking for confirmation for a story that they were going to run.
And did Mr. Azzopardi and Mr. Ajemian have any sense as to where Mr. Lyons had gotten his information?
They did not. Obviously, they always try to probe reporters, but I don't think they had a real sense one way or another.
A real what?
Sense one way or another.
And did you share with Mr. Azzopardi and Mr. Ajemian the details of what shared with you?
No. I was very annoyed. And I asked them to relay to me the facts that they had been given.
And what did they say were the facts they had been given?
I don't recall specifically, in substance, it was clearly the same or very similar allegations that had been relayed to us from, but with a significantly more detail.
Do you recall what additional detail had been relayed to them that you did not have?
Things like specifically where they were, the time of year, a little more, color on the interactions. And so it, certainly was not identical to the way it had been relayed to us.
What, if anything, did you say to Mr. Azzopardi and Mr. Ajemian when they shared with you what they had heard?
That this is, obviously confidential. This is someone who, it was clear to us, was not looking to be named. She had retained counsel. We knew that. She had already told who that counsel was. So in addition to attempting to refer the matter to the Attorney General, we had had several conversations with the Attorney General's office. We had also tried to contact Brian Primo, who was her attorney, so that we could, as directed by the Attorney General, begin to follow our own process. And so, I directed Rich and Peter that, I didn't think we could confirm any of this information.
And did they tell you anything about any subsequent conversations they had with the Times Union about these allegations?
Yeah,
What did
I
they
mean,
tell you?
I think they went back to and said, this puts us in a terrible, position. This is news to us. And, there's obviously a lot of investigations ongoing. But the Times Union was going to run the story anyway.
Did you succeed in reaching Brian Primo at any point?
We did. I think it was not until, I think we tried to call him on the 8th that same day. I don't think he called us back until the 9th.
And you said we, who's we?
Mitra, Judy, and I.
And so you reached him the next day?
Yes.
And how long was that call?
About 20, 25 minutes.
And what do you recall was said by each of the participants in that call?
He, one said he wanted to proceed with an EEO complaint. He was, very clear. Brittany did not want to be identified. She wanted to keep her job. She was going to proceed with the EEO complaint. That's what he was looking for. He would be talking. In fact, he said, I'm talking later this week with her, with the Attorney General. We indicated to him that, certainly we were aware of the complaint. We had attempted to refer to the Attorney General. We were directed not that it would not be, appropriate for them to take this over, that we would be required to refer it to law enforcement, to GOER, and that, in the first instance, a complainant can make the complaint themselves, which in this case, not wanting to be identified or anything else, we thought Brittany might want to do on her own. And he said he would talk to her about it and then get back to us. And so, we left it there.
At the time you spoke to Mr. Primo, had the Times Union story come out yet?
No.
Was there any talk about the press in your conversation with Mr. Primo?
I believe he made some statements that he was not looking to go to the press, or have anything appear in the press. But I think that was really it.
And you made reference to communications with the Attorney General's office. Were you part of any of the conversations with the Attorney General's office?
Yes.
And who were those conversations with?
Since your role hadn't yet been announced, I called who's been one of my primary contacts there, and I said, we've just received a new allegation. I understand the special deputies haven't been announced yet. How do you want us to proceed? She said she'd get back to us. She had from the Labor Bureau called us back, and we relayed that we had an allegation. We preferred to make it directly to the special deputies if they were going to be appointed, which, she said, I think that makes sense. Let me confer, I'll call you back. When she called us back, she said, no, you need to do exactly what you would do otherwise in this situation.
And did she tell you specifically to go to law enforcement or specifically to go to GOER?
No, she was very careful to just say, you must do exactly whatever it is that you would normally do in this situation, as if our investigation had not been commenced, as if no referral had been made.
I think you said she told us. Who else was on the call with you?
Judy and Mitra.
Um, Now, did you have any conversations with anyone in law enforcement about this?
Yes.
And who was that?
I called at the state police to get the name of a person at the Albany Police Department where I could make a non-emergency complaint.
And did he give you a name?
He did.
And what name did he give you?
He gave me, it was the deputy chief. I want to say it was.
And did you then call whatever his name is?
Yes. Yeah. So we traded phone calls. I think, if my recollection is correct, this may have been the 10th because we had waited for Brian Primo to confirm he and Brittany would not be making their own complaint to law enforcement. And so we should proceed. And I relayed the facts as I understood them to him and gave him the name of Brittany's attorney and said, she's represented and I recommend you reach out to her and we're here if you need anything further. I gave him my cell number.
Was anyone else on the call other than you?
No.
Have you had any subsequent conversations with anyone in law enforcement about these allegations?
No.
Were you involved in doing anything to do any fact finding with regard to the allegations?
No.
Did you take any steps to ensure that Ms. Canisso would not be retaliated against?
Yes.
What steps did you take?
Judy, Mitra and I had a phone conversation with Melissa and Stephanie where we assured them that we have to make this complaint per all of the policies and per the directives, that we had received. No, in no uncertain terms could anyone be treated any differently as they would have been the day before you became aware of this. I think Judy actually said, everyone needs to be treated as if they're fairy princesses. And so we made absolutely clear there should be no retaliatory conduct.
And did you make it clear that that should extend to the as well?
Yes.
Did you do any follow-up to see how that, if they were being treated appropriately thereafter?
I did not specifically follow up. I do believe I told anything, if anything happened that she should, tell me when she came to my office. But I did not specifically go and follow up, no.
Did you take any steps to ensure that the governor would not engage in any conduct like what Ms. Canisso was alleging took place?
I believe that Judy had a conversation specifically with respect to that with Melissa.
And what, if anything, did Judy tell you about that conversation?
Just that she had relayed that no one should be alone with him at the mansion.
And did Ms. Vogel say, what, if anything, Ms. DeRosa said in response?
No.
Did you ever speak to Ms. Canisso about what had happened?
No.
Did you review any documents to determine if there was any corroboration for any of the allegations as you understood
No,
them? Did you ever review Ms. Camisso's personnel file after you received the complaint?
not that I recall. It may have been responsive to the subpoena. And it may have been showed to me in the course of the production, but I did not specifically request to see it.
Did you ever speak to the governor to ask if the allegations were true?
Specifically, Chamber is not entitled or authorized under the executive order to investigate. I did have conversations with the governor about this, but not for the purpose of any investigation we were conducting.
What were the purpose of the conversations you had with the governor?
This is privileged.
I don't think the broad purpose. I'm not yet asking you about what was said, but what was the reason for you speaking to the governor about these issues?
To make him aware of the process.
And when you say the process, what process are you speaking about?
The various law enforcement investigation, your investigation,
I'm sorry. Start again with your answer.
the law enforcement investigation, your investigation, Goer's investigation,
What's that word?
Goer,
Oh,
G-O-E.
goer. Thank you.
And to your knowledge, what if any investigation has Goer been undertaking regarding Ms. Camisso's allegations?
I don't understand anything with respect to their process that they're undertaking on this.
Has anyone told you whether they are undertaking any investigation?
No,
Was anyone else present when you spoke to the governor about explaining the processes that what's going on with all these various investigations, et cetera?
no,
In the course of those conversations, did you ask the governor whether the allegations were true?
Same objection, privilege.
If you turn to tab 25. And this appears to be an email from you to Steve Cohen on March 10th, 2021 at 5:44 p.m. And it looks like the first or most of the substance of the email is you quoting from something. What is that you're quoting from?
this is the Executive Order 187.
And why were you sending that to Mr. Cohen?
I presume because he had requested the specific authority for why we determined it had to be reported.
Was Mr. Cohen, had he been opposed to reporting it to Goer?
No,
The last paragraph, that's not a quote from the executive order, correct?
correct.
And it says, this is a crime. So if reported this way to Goer, they would say this is conduct which constitutes a crime and needs to be reported to law enforcement. And we will take your report and hold it in abeyance until they pursue or conclude their investigation. What was that?
That was my characterization to Steve of the Brittany Camisso complaint.
And is this after, had you already spoken to Mike Valforte at this point?
Yes, we spoke with him on March 8th.
And so is this reflecting what Mr. Valforte said to you?
Yes.
This is a crime. What were you referring to as a crime?
Groping.
And since speaking to Mike Volforte, have you done anything to determine whether Goer's policy is actually to hold something in abeyance, if it's hold a complaint in abeyance if it's been reported to law enforcement?
Other than speaking with the head of the agency who relayed this information to me, no.
If you could turn to tab 19.
And can I ask a follow-up question?
Absolutely.
All right. Hi, this is June. Kim, nice to see you. I've been on video and audio mute. When you reach out to Steve Cohen, what's your understanding of his role?
That he's an attorney that the chamber often consults with on various legal matters.
So in your mind, when you're consulting, when you're sending him this document and talking to him, is he acting as counsel to the executive chamber?
I certainly considered our communications generally to be privileged. I would prefer not to try to characterize what his ethical obligations were with respect to who he thought his client was.
And so when he's giving you advice, in your mind, is he giving you advice with the executive chamber as his client or the governor? Or both?
I believe both in many instances.
That's not something that you had discussions with him about.
At the time we were speaking, no.
How about ever?
Through the course of this investigation, the various attorney-client relationships and privileges have been a significant point of contention, and we have discussed them.
And what is your view now of whether Steve Cohen was acting as counsel to the executive chamber or the governor?
I think we're getting into privilege here. Privilege upon privilege upon privilege.
Her understanding of who Steve Cohen represents? It's standard for privilege law to say who the client is, who the lawyer represents.
I'll withdraw the objection as to that question.
Could you just restate your question, please?
Who did you understand Steve Cohen's client to be?
At the time I made these communications or now?
Let's start with at the time.
At the time, I believe chamber.
How about now?
As I sit here now, I think likely the governor.
And in your mind,
The answer.
is that the same thing?
I'm going to direct my client not to answer.
Thank you.
Okay, Emily, you can take that down and you can put up tab 19.
Excuse me, could we take a very short break? We called for help with our air conditioning and they just arrived. And
Absolutely. I think my office is losing its air conditioning too. So maybe it is Con Ed, as Ms. Garvey suggested earlier. I'm a little warm myself. Why don't we take 10 minutes? Let's go off the record.
stand by. Time is 3:27. We're going off the record. Wait. The time is 3:46 p.m. We are back on the record. This will be a start of media unit number 4.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at tab 19 in the binder.
Sorry.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this?
This is the web-based complaint form that I filed on behalf of Brittany.
Under supervisor name, Ms. Grasso was Ms. Camisso's supervisor.
Yes.
It's a second level supervisor named. What's his or her position?
She became chief of staff, filling that role in an acting capacity initially after.
I'm sorry.
After what?
Yeah, we're getting like a little freezing again.
After Jill DeRosier's.
Is Ms. DeRosier returning to Chambers, to your knowledge?
It's my expectation that she was not.
And who told you that?
Jill.
Did she tell you why?
On multiple occasions, she referred to her as she was going to not return after her.
And did she say why she wasn't going to return after her?
No.
And at the top where your information is, I see it says work schedule days/hours, Monday through Sunday, 9 to 5 plus. Is that a reference to?
Yes.
One of the reasons you're leaving?
That is an accurate portrayal of my calendar. Yes.
And did you draft this document?
I did.
Did anyone else review it before you submitted it to Goer?
No.
And did Mr. Primo or Ms. Camisso ever tell you that they wanted you to file this with Goer?
Mr. Primo, again, had indicated to us he wanted to speak with the Attorney General's office, and he wanted to proceed civilly through an EEO complaint, and that he had no interest in this administrative process. We explained to him that our policy did not permit us to respect that.
So is your understanding that regardless of Ms. Camisso or her attorney's interest in filing with Goer, that you had an independent obligation to notify Goer?
Correct.
And Emily, if you go down to the next page. And after describing what I told you, you describe your conversation with Mr. Primo and the Attorney General's office and outside counsel. Why did you include all that sort of follow-up information in the document?
To make clear the status to Goer of all of the different parties that they would need to interact with to undertake their investigation.
You can take that down, Emily. Did Goers ever ask you for any additional information about Ms. Camisso's complaint?
They have not.
Have you heard from anyone that Goers has spoken to anyone else about the complaint?
I have not.
After the conversation you testified to a little bit earlier, in which Mr. Azzopardi and Mr. Ajemian came to you about what the questions they'd received from the Times Union, Were you involved in any, with any press inquiries regarding Ms. Camisso's allegations?
Yes.
What was your role?
Reviewing the statement that was proposed, reviewing the context, and making edits or suggestions as appropriate.
And was it one statement or more than one statement that you were involved with?
There were multiple inquiries once the story in the Times Union broke.
And over what period of time have you been involved in addressing press inquiries regarding Ms. Camisso?
From the beginning of our awareness of the complaint.
Are you still involved in responding to press inquiries regarding Ms. Camisso?
Yes, if there were any new inquiries.
After the initial story broke, were there any subsequent inquiries from the press after the first round?
I think multiple.
And other than Ruth, regarding the original allegations, what subjects have you fielded press inquiries regarding?
Any subject.
And which ones regarding Ms. Camisso have you been involved in responding to?
We had many follow-up requests about, what we were undertaking, as far as an investigation, and what, we've gotten follow-up inquiries from Brendan Lyons about, conversations she's had with her ex-husband that get relayed to us for comment. So there's been a number of different inquiries.
What inquiries has Brendan Lyons made regarding conversations between Ms. Camisso and her ex-husband?
There was an inquiry he made to us about a statement her ex-husband made to her that he heard that Governor Cuomo's office was digging for dirt on her, and said something to the effect of he wasn't going to help us. And then we were asked to comment about whether or not we were digging for dirt.
And did you or someone on behalf of Chambers respond to these inquiries from Mr. Lyons?
We referred the question in this case to the governor's personal attorneys.
Have you ever spoken to Ms. Camisso's ex-husband about her?
No.
Have you heard of anyone else from Chambers speaking to Ms. Camisso's ex-husband about her?
No.
Have you made any inquiries to anyone about the status of Ms. Camisso's marriage?
No, not specifically that I recall.
Did you ask anyone whether they were
I asked Lauren at one point based on a comment that she had made where she had pointed out she wasn't certain.
And when you say Lauren, is that Lauren Grasso?
Yes.
And why were you interested?
It was in the context of our attempts to establish the facts relative to this investigation.
And what was the relevance of the status of her marriage to the investigation?
There was a comment that had been made that I believed Lauren had indicated that and I asked the question in the context of a privileged conversation, I believed with our outside counsel, and Lauren Grasso where she was being
Objection.
debriefed.
Have you had any non-privileged conversations about the status of Ms. Canisso's marriage as it may or may not relate to the investigation?
No,
Um, Has anyone passed along any information about Ms. Canisso to you?
no,
Have you heard any rumors about anything relating to her divorce?
there are, I think, always rumors going around in Albany. I think that was, the fact of her divorce is, I think, widely commented on in Albany, given who her ex-husband is.
And who is her ex-husband?
He works for the local Albany government, and her is a former city official.
And has anyone conveyed to you any rumors about her divorce that relate in any way to the investigation?
No,
Have you ever worked with Alyssa McGrath?
yes.
And what context have you worked with Alyssa McGrath?
She's an executive assistant, and she sometimes assists.
Who does she primarily work for?
She was primarily working for Larry Schwartz when he was doing the vaccine and other COVID response.
And did you ever observe Ms. McGrath interact with the governor?
No,
At some point, did you become aware that Ms. McGrath was making allegations of sexual harassment? by the governor?
yes.
How did you first learn about it?
Again, my friend Peter Ajemian called me to speak with a New York Times reporter relating to allegations that were going to be made public.
Was it the same reporter?
Yes,
And prior to Mr. Ajemian inviting you to that phone call, had you heard anything about Ms. McGrath and the governor?
no,
How long did the call with the reporter last?
about 20, 25 minutes maybe.
And what do you recall was said by you, Mr. Ajemian, and Jesse
McKinley.
McKinley?
He relayed that Alyssa McGrath was making a claim of sexual harassment against the governor, that she was specifically alleging that it was sexual harassment, that she was also represented by counsel, that there was no allegation of physical touching, but general sexual comments that were unwelcome. He gave some specific examples. And I think we asked if there were other, any other allegations against anyone else in the chamber. And he said no, and we said we'd get back to him.
And after the call ended, did you talk to Mr. Ajemian about the call you just had?
We got a larger group on the phone.
And who was in this larger group?
This was, I think, Melissa, Rich, Linda, Judy, and I believe we got Mitra on the phone as well.
Was the governor on the call?
No,
And what was discussed in that conversation?
we relayed the,
Objection privilege.
How long did that call last?
About 15 or so minutes.
And after that conversation, did you speak with anyone else about Ms. McGrath's allegations?
No.
At any point?
Yes, at any point. I spoke with Michael Volforti. I attempted to reach out to her attorney. I consulted with outside counsel before making any contact. I sent several emails to her attorney trying to, make sure they knew what our process was, and that was really it.
And what was anyone, when you spoke to Mr. Volforte, was anyone else involved in that conversation other than you and him?
I think it was just the two of us.
And how long was that call?
Probably about 15 minutes.
And what did you say? What did he say in that call?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to object, privilege.
Did you ever connect with Ms. McGrath's attorney?
We exchanged emails. I don't believe we ever connected via phone.
And you said that you described to her the process. What did you describe to her?
I told her that since our client was alleging sexual harassment, that pursuant to Executive Order 187, we'd be required to refer this to Goer for Goer to do an investigation. And that she could either make the complaint, or we would still have an independent obligation to make the complaint on her behalf.
And did she ever respond as to whether Ms. McGrath wanted to make a complaint directly?
She said that she did not understand how it was in her client's interests. She asked for specific information about what our intent was really with respect to pursuing a process parallel to the Attorney General's investigation. And I think, I responded, that I did not have the authority to change that policy.
Did she ask you any questions about Goer's authority?
I don't recall specifically.
Were you involved in any efforts to determine the truthfulness or not of Ms. McGrath's allegations?
In the sense of conducting an investigation, no. In the response to the article, we had internal communications about an appropriate response to the article, including whether any details should be refuted.
And in the internal discussions, was there any basis for refuting any of her allegations?
Given that counsel was part of those conversations, I think our statement ultimately with respect to that establishes the outcome.
And did you then file a Goer complaint on behalf of Ms. McGrath?
I did.
And if you could turn to tab 20, is that the one you filed concerning Ms. McGrath?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, has Goer undertaken any investigation?
No,
Do you know why Goers has not undertaken any investigation?
I'm sorry. I do not know whether or not they have.
In the second page, in the narrative section, you just make a reference to the New York Times story. And then you say the individual seems to be alleging sexual harassment. After you read the New York Times story, did you have any doubt as to whether Ms. McGrath was alleging sexual harassment?
He stated clearly in the article that she was alleging sexual harassment.
Have you learned any additional information regarding Ms. McGrath's complaint since you filed with Goer?
No,
Have any steps been taken, to your knowledge, to protect Ms. McGrath from retaliation?
as with, prior complainants, we spoke with Melissa and Stephanie to reiterate the need to guard against any retaliation for Alyssa, given her role in the front office. I believe at the time we got this complaint, Larry was no longer present in the chamber on a daily basis. And so I don't believe that we spoke with him.
Emily, you can take that down. With regard to staffing the governor, has he been working out of the Capitol or out of the mansion or out of someplace else?
Primarily out of the mansion.
And has anyone been providing him any sort of administrative support at the mansion?
I don't believe so.
If the governor wants to dictate something, how is that being handled while he works out of the mansion?
I believe either Stephanie does it or I think that from time to time, individuals are working on documents in the Capitol.
Is he dictating things by phone and then people work on it from the Capitol or something along those lines?
I'm not really sure specifically.
Do you know whether that arrangement is for some set period of time, or is it indefinite that the governor's going to work for the mansion and support staff will stay at the Capitol?
I don't believe that I've ever been part of any conversations related to that.
Now, earlier today, we had a reference to Caitlin. Did you ever overlap with her?
In the chamber? No.
The chamber. When she was in the chamber and you were in other government roles, did you ever interact with her?
No.
Prior to December of 2020, had you ever been involved in any discussions with anyone in the executive chamber about Caitlin?
No.
When did you first have any discussion about Caitlin?
After the tweets, so at some point later in December, had relayed to me that she had been asked if she knew who Caitlin was because of her engagement with Lindsay Boylan's tweets.
And what was engagement with Lindsay Boylan's tweets?
I don't remember if she liked it or retweeted it, but it had been noted that she was supporting of Lindsay's allegations.
And at the time that was supportive of Ms. Boylan's allegations, she was no longer working for the chamber, correct?
Correct.
Why was anyone within the chambers concerned about supporting Ms. Boylan?
I think only to the extent that if it was in fact a former employee, could it be someone who additionally had allegations?
And before you spoke to anyone outside of the chambers, you speak to anyone within the chambers, and for these purposes, I'll include Ms. Lacewell and Mr. Cohen about.
In December of 2020?
Yeah.
No.
Did anyone, Ms. Lacewell or anyone else, tell you that they were checking out LinkedIn profile?
No.
And you made reference earlier to speaking to somebody. How did you come to speak to somebody about Caitlin?
Who at the time I think was the acting president at had a concern about Caitlin making an allegation and wanted to discuss that as it related to her time in chamber, not her role at. I spoke to very, very briefly, maybe, just 1-2 minutes so that she could relay that information. And I said, I'm going to refer you over to Judy Mogul. And I referred her over to Judy. I believe that though this was much later, this was, maybe even February or March.
And what did say to you about what had alleged or was alleging?
She did not give me any specifics.
And after you referred to Ms. Mogul, were you involved in any further discussions about Caitlin?
Yes.
What conversations were you involved in?
Caitlin name was raised in some press inquiries.
And was that in a later time period?
I think soon thereafter.
And what was your role in responding to press inquiries regarding?
I participated in the phone conversation where, statements were laid out by, our press staff that were going to be in a subsequent news article to assist in formulating appropriate response.
And was anyone other than people from the press office involved in those calls?
Yes.
Who else was involved?
Judy, Linda, Melissa. I can't recall specifically if anyone externally was involved.
If you could turn to tab 21.
Okay.
Do you recognize this email chain?
Yes.
What is this?
This is one of the typical sort of press inquiries where we get a set of, comments really from a reporter, and then the press office gives a proposed response for us to review.
And you responded in part good. So you were okay with this response?
Yes, I don't know how much, obviously this is a thread and there was a lot of editing going through.
Do you have an understanding as to who source A was?
I don't really know. I can't. If source A is on the car parts, then I think that is Caitlin.
And above source A, there's two paragraphs that I think relate to the same person. One says, this person was recommended for a job that had recently been available by her employer at the time, as well as former county/congressional officials. She was hired based on her recommendations and past experiences. And then talks about the governor taking photos. She was not hired based on her appearance. The salary she requested from how she presented it to us matched both what she was making at her current job plus the money she would lose by not being able to take a second weekend job. Is that part in reference to Caitlin?
I don't know that that's specifically linked to source A the way that I read this thread. But it is my understanding that that fits Caitlin. I don't know anything about the photo specifically, but that there was an allegation that she had made that she felt she was hired for her looks.
By the way, speaking of photos, have you ever seen any photos of the governor with either Brittany Commisso or Alyssa McGrath?
Yes.
What such photos have you seen?
There was Brittany's Facebook photo. Her profile photo was a picture of her and the governor for quite a long time.
And who were you Facebook friends with, Ms. Commisso?
No, but because we had a number of mutual friends, it would continually pop up as you may know this person.
And where was the photo from? Was it from an event or the office or something else?
It looked like an office related event.
Do you ever see any photos with the governor standing between Ms. McGrath and Ms. Commisso with his arms?
That's the photo that I'm referring to. It's the two of them in the picture.
And when you saw that photo, did you have any concerns about where the governor's hands were placed?
No.
Has the governor ever taken any photos with you where he's placed his hand on your sort of above your waist, below your breast line?
I've taken pictures with him and he frequently puts his arm around people.
And when he's taken a picture with you, where has he placed his hand when his arm has been around you?
I guess my waist, I never particularly noticed.
Did he ever place his hands anywhere on you when taking a photo that made you uncomfortable?
No.
Getting back to this exhibit, did you ever ask anyone how, first like that, do you know which role he was hired into?
I believe that she was some sort of executive assistant. I don't really know specifically what her title was.
And did you ever obtain information as to how her salary compared to that of other executive assistants?
I did not.
Did you ever ask anyone?
With respect to, I'm trying to see if it's in this email chain or not. I believe I only had conversations with Melissa and others who were there at the time that told me that her salary was reasonable, which is reflected in this first on background paragraph.
Did you ever review Caitlin's personnel file?
No.
Now, there's a number of statements regarding source A with then it looks like answers in all caps. So the first one is about she wore a red plaid shirt to the office. The governor told her she looked like a lumberjack. The response is, if this happened, it was clearly a joke. Do you know where that answer is coming from?
I believe that's coming from Melissa.
Do you know if she was asking the governor about his recollection of events in order to provide these answers?
I don't.
The second incident refers to source A asked the governor whether he wanted her personal cell phone number in order to reach her if he needed anything outside of work hours. The governor responded as if she were making a romantic advance, which was not source A's intent. And the response is, no memory of this conversation, but if it happened, it was clearly a joke. Is your understanding that Mr. Rosa wrote that as well?
Based on this chain, it appears that way to me.
Do you know whether she asked the governor whether he had a recollection of this event?
I don't.
The next paragraph refers to rumors that the governor's administration would prevent staffers who wanted to leave his office from securing other jobs. And the response states that that's an old rumor from early days and that in essence, the chamber supports people who want to move on. Had you ever heard anything about anyone having any issues leaving chambers or leaving as quickly as they would like to leave?
I know that it was common to ask people to stay. I never heard anyone express any particular concern about it.
Did you ever hear of anyone having calls made to thwart job offers at other state entities?
At other state entities? Not specifically.
Did you ever hear of any calls being made to prevent anyone leaving the chambers to go to any private entity?
No, look, on the state entity, I get calls from agencies who say, we want to hire X person. It happened with one of my assistant counsels about a month ago, and I said, yeah, I have no concern. We need to get through session. So if we can revisit this conversation, after the end of June, that would be ideal. I've certainly had conversations about timing of departures with respect to my staff. I'm sure that's common across the enterprise because we do have really important things that these individuals are often almost solely responsible for.
And when did you get this call about one of your staff members possibly moving to another agency?
It was called me about a month ago.
And have you heard back from her now that we're coming to the end of June?
No, I haven't.
Have you heard of anyone else in Chambers, getting a call like that and just answering, no, I don't want this person to leave, or words to that effect?
I've never heard of a scenario where we've said absolutely not.
Have you ever heard people in Chambers talk about not telling anyone within Chambers where they're going because they're afraid that they will lose their job opportunities?
No.
And earlier you testified about having conversations with Alfonso David and Danny Lever and other people who've left Chambers. How often does the Chambers call upon ex-employees to help with matters?
Frequently. I mean, especially over the last, 16, 18 months. It's been very frequent that we've relied on individuals who previously left.
And are there any ethical restrictions on bringing in former employees to help on matters?
With respect to public officers law?
Or any other ethical guidelines?
Well, I'll certainly defer to Lou on, any code of professional responsibility, because I think you're asking the question in the generic, but generally the public officers law does have a revolving door ban that would say for someone who was acting as a public official that they would be subject to a 2-year bar upon their departure from chamber. But it's not to say that you can't call someone for advice or to consult with on a particular matter that they may have handled.
And if it's not something that they handled while they worked in Chambers, is it your understanding that it could potentially violate that revolving door bar?
Objection, relevance and objection. It's calling for an opinion. And I know lawyers can give an opinion, but this is an opinion that would be required to be answered by an expert, I think.
I'm just asking, Ms. Garvey, as somebody who's been trained on the ethical requirements, you said you took that training. You got a big binder of policies and such. Back up, did you ever go through training on the ethical obligations that that included things like the revolving door ban?
Yes.
And based on your understanding from your trainings, is the if someone who's been out of the Chambers less than 2 years is consulted on something that's not something they worked on at Chambers, is that a potential violation of the rule?
Give me
If
that
you know.
hypothetical again. Someone has left chamber. They were an employee. So they were an employee. They were a public officer within the meaning of the public officers law. They left. It had not yet been 2 years since they departed. And were they consulting on a matter that they did handle or
They did not handle? If it's something that they did not handle, it's a brand new matter, but someone We just really like to get that person's opinion on this new issue.
Is it,
I
re-
object.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
is your hypothetical related to someone appearing in a private capacity or as a volunteer of chamber?
What does it mean to be a volunteer of chamber?
I have a feeling you're trying to address our executive orders related to volunteers. Is that what you're?
I am not, but if there's a specific executive order related to volunteers that you're referencing, just let me know what that is about.
We issued some executive orders related to the pandemic to relax.
We need to confer.
Does this relate to privilege?
It may be.
Okay, if it's relating to privilege, but. Well, let me first ask, because I don't think this relates to privilege. What were the substance of the executive orders that were issued regarding volunteers during the pandemic?
We issued an executive order in the course of COVID response so that we would specifically be able to bring in individuals with particular expertise in state government, not COVID necessarily, but in state government without subjecting them to a new 2-year bar. What your hypothetical is addressing is something very different, it sounds.
Yes, I was not
But
addressing, I was not addressing that executive order, but somebody that was not about restarting the bar for them, but just that they were consulted on something that was not a continuation of something that they worked on before. It was within 2 years. Is that potentially a violation of the law?
Okay, we need to confer.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
First, I'm objecting. This is beyond the scope of the referral. This is not about an investigation related to sexual harassment. This is a labor question, and it's beyond the scope.
We disagree that it's beyond the scope because the scope is not just sexual harassment allegations, but the surrounding circumstances, which includes the responses to those allegations. And therefore, we do consider this very much within the scope.
Well, you know from our experience today that this is the first time I made such an objection because it's not related to the referral. Now, it's also not something that my client can answer, but she'll answer by saying that.
Well, let's hear what her answer is. I was about to move on anyway, but go ahead. Let's see what she says.
Look, the specific fact pattern and hypothetical here is something that is triggered. And I don't want to walk in any way into some sort of subject matter waiver on matters that have been before me, could be before me, and I don't feel in any way qualified to opine on this hypothetical without further research or consultation.
And is that subject an issue that would be within the purview of JCOPE?
Of what?
Of JCOPE, all caps, J and then COPE.
As a general matter, enforcement of certain provisions of the public officers law are within JCOPE's purview, yes.
Okay, I'm going to get back to the document now. On the second page, page 819, scroll to the next page, Emily. It says, the governor asked source A about her dating life, and the response was, the governor asked men and women in the office about their lives. Is that response something written by Mr. Rosa?
Again, it appears that way to me based on this thread. I have no specific knowledge whether she wrote it or not.
Was there any discussion about whether a young woman working in the chamber might feel particularly uncomfortable having the most senior official in the state ask about her dating life?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the first part of that?
Sure. Was there any discussion about whether a young woman working in the chamber might feel uncomfortable having the governor, the most senior person in the administration, ask her about her dating life?
I don't recall such a discussion.
Do you understand how a young woman might be uncomfortable having the governor ask her about her dating life?
I understand that a lot of people are uncomfortable when the governor addresses them in, almost, I would never second guess someone saying that they're uncomfortable about any particular question or comment or concern.
Have you heard other people express concern about the governor asking them about their dating lives?
Never except in these press inquiries.
The next paragraph says she recalls that the governor seemed to enjoy this dynamic and asked her about, quote, the mean girls. And the response says in part, this is silly and we question if this would be written about men. Did you understand that Source A or Caitlin was saying that the governor himself had made reference to a group of women as the mean girls?
I don't really understand what this is, what the quotes are.
Did you ever hear the governor refer to any women in the office as the mean girls?
No, I don't think I did.
Did you hear anyone else in the office refer to any group of women within the office as the mean girls?
Yes.
Who have you heard make that reference?
I had heard Melissa use this reference. I had heard Jill use the reference. So I was aware that it had been used as a reference to describe them.
So you heard both Mr. Rosa and Mr. Rosier refer to a group that included themselves as the Mean Girls?
Yes,
Do you remember the context in which either of them used the term?
my recollection is it was not in a, it was not anything that they thought was a good moniker. They were not embracing the moniker, but were saying, you know, almost sarcastic, oh, right, I forgot we're the mean girls.
And who did you have an understanding as to who was included in the Mean Girls?
I mean, not specifically, because I don't know that this group does not really seem to make a whole lot of sense the way it's made up here. I didn't know that Linda was a social companion of Melissa or Jill or Stephanie, but I understood it to mean more social companions than just coworkers.
And did you ever hear that of anyone other than Mr. Rosa, Mr. Rosier, and Miss Benton being lumped in with the group that was referred to as the Mean Girls?
I think Annabelle,
Did you ever hear of Miss Lever being referred to as part of the Mean Girls?
not specifically, but I wouldn't have, said, I can't believe that.
I'm sorry, you've heard it said you can believe that?
Who knows? I don't remember.
Turning back to the first page, your portion at the top, you write, also Judy asked if we should run by Mitra and Paul. That's a reference to outside counsel.
Yes.
And you said, I think no, they will not know facts. And if we have overnight, we can walk through it, but it needs to go tonight. Why did you think it wasn't
It
necessary?
needs to go tonight.
What's that?
If it needs to go tonight.
Was it a matter of timing that you were suggesting not running it by outside counsel?
Yes.
Were you involved in any other responses to the press about?
I might have been. I don't recall specifically.
Have you had any further conversations with anyone about since the one you described with me back a couple months?
I did have conversations with their general counsel related to their preservation requirements, and with respect to a subpoena that they ultimately received.
Any other conversations between you and since the one with a few months back?
No.
Have you ever met Anna Ruch or Ruch, R-U-C-H?
No.
Did you attend Gareth Rhodes' wedding?
No.
Now, when did you first hear about Miss Ruch?
I think from one of our press staff.
And was it Mr. Ajimian or somebody else?
I can't recall specifically.
And were you involved at all in responding to any press reports about it?
Yes.
What was your involvement?
I was, I think, given the query from a reporter, and they attached the Instagram post that Anna Rush.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. Instagram post that what?
that the complainant made to help in formulating a response.
Yeah, we're getting some sort of weird noises on the line now. But we heard that, or I did. Did the court reporter get that? Ms. Ruggieri?
Yes.
Okay. And before responding to the press, did you talk to anyone to get any information about what happened at Mr. Rhodes's wedding?
Prior to seeing it from the press, inquiry, no.
After you got the press inquiry, did you do anything to determine what happened at Mr. Rhodes's wedding?
No.
Ask you to turn to tab 22. And this is at the bottom, an email from Jesse McKinley on March 1st to Richard Azapardi and Peter Ajimian, referring to the article about Anna Rush. That then gets forwarded from Peter to Melissa, Linda, Judy, you, Steve Cohen, copying Josh Vlasto, Danny Lever, Rich Azapardi, Liz Smith, Jeffrey Pollock. At this point in time, was this group reviewing all the press inquiries, or was there something particular about this one that led to such a wide involvement of outside people?
I couldn't say.
At the top, you write, I think we need to lean into, we have an ongoing review now. A referral has been made, no further comment on this or related matters. What did you mean by that?
I meant more assertive than a no comment.
I meant what?
More assertive than just a no comment. It would be good to warn off additional inquiries.
And what were you proposing be said to ward off additional inquiries?
No further comment on this or related matters, to put people on notice we were done commenting.
So you said this email, did you have any discussion with either anyone in this group or anyone else about that approach?
I think I consistently reiterated this position several times.
And was there anyone who disagreed with that approach?
I think generally speaking, there were individuals who felt specific allegations needed to be addressed one by one.
Were you part of discussions at any point as to whether any of the governor's statements responding to the allegations were having a negative effect on the public perception of what happened?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Were you part of any discussions about whether any of the statements the governor was making about the allegations were having any negative effect on the public perception of what had happened?
Object to the discussions which would be privileged.
Well, did you have a discussion about that topic with anyone? And then we'll find out who you had the discussion with, if at all.
Yes.
With whom did you have such discussions?
The governor, Melissa, Liz Smith, and Jeff Pollock.
Liz, I'm sorry,
Liz Smith.
and continue.
And was those conversations with that entire group or different conversations with different people in that group?
Those three individuals and myself.
well, you listed the governor and 3 other individuals. Was the governor involved in conversations with you, Melissa DeRosa, Liz Smith, and Jeff Pollock, or was it some subset of that?
I was part of a conversation, the governor, myself, Melissa, Liz, and Jeff.
And when did that conversation take place?
I couldn't say specifically.
And what was discussed in that conversation?
We discussed several matters related to the investigation, and it implicated your question in that comments were made about public perception.
And Ms. Smith and Mr. Pollock are not attorneys, correct?
Correct.
And they don't work in chambers, correct?
Correct.
So what was discussed in this conversation you had with this group of people?
I believe the content of that conversation is privileged.
And what is your basis for claiming privilege over a conversation that included?
You need to confirm.
Confer. Let me just finish my question on the privilege you can confer about is that if this conversation includes 2 people who are not employees and not chamber and not attorneys and not chamber employees, I'd like to know the basis for the privilege, but you can confer with your lawyer about the privilege.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
All right. The basis for the privilege claim is the governor asked Beth Garvey to advise him in a meeting, and the people who weren't lawyers were there as consultants, and Beth was advising the governor and the consultants. And the conversation is privileged, and I'm directing her not to answer.
Was Ms. Smith retained by the executive chamber to provide consulting services to the chamber?
I don't believe so formally, no.
Was Mr. Pollock or his company retained to provide services to the executive chamber?
I don't believe so formally, no.
Was there some sort of, you keep saying not formally, was there an informal consulting arrangement?
I believe that they were called upon to consult with some regularity. My understanding is that they were viewed as agents of the governor for purposes of this conversation.
And how long had they been called upon to provide advice?
Since prior to my joining chamber.
And do you know if either of them are paid for the services they provide?
I don't.
And you say not formally, to your knowledge, is there any written agreement with either Ms. Smith or Mr. Pollock or his company?
I don't believe so.
And is it your understanding that they were consulting to the chambers or to the governor personally or to something else?
I don't have a definitive view on that. I'm not certain what their state of mind was, and I'm not comfortable answering for them.
And it's my belief, my good faith belief, that chamber counsel would invoke the privilege, and we are invoking it consistent with my belief that chamber counsel would invoke the privilege, and I'm directing my client not to answer. I understand your need to make a record, and that's fine.
When was this conversation that you had with the governor, Melissa DeRosa, Liz Smith, and Jeffrey Pollock?
I'm not certain, but it was sometime, mid-March.
Have you been part of any conversations with the governor other than this one that included Ms. Smith, Mr. Pollock, Mr. Vlasto, Chris Cuomo, anyone like that included the governor?
No.
How many conversations with the governor have you been part of since the Lindsay Boylan Medium story came out?
Lindsay Boyle, what?
Lindsay Boylan Medium story came out.
Dozens. We also negotiated a budget in the middle of this, so there were multiple conversations on a variety of topics with him.
How many conversations have you had with the governor where any allegations of harassment or the response to the allegations have come up since the Lindsay Boylan Medium story?
Maybe a dozen.
And I think you told me earlier that were any of them one-on-one?
Yes.
How many were one-on-one?
Maybe half.
When's the last time you had a conversation with the governor that included as one of the topics the allegations or the response to them?
Monday.
And was anyone else present for that conversation?
Stephanie.
During the time you've been in chamber, have there been any other subjects on which the governor has brought in Ms. Smith to consult?
I believe that she was brought in when we were having issues with the Trump administration on trusted traveler.
Anything else?
I think that's it.
And have there been any other topics on which the governor has consulted with Mr. Pollock?
Not where I've been included in the conversations.
By the way, Emily, you can take that document down. Did you at any point become aware of someone named Valerie Bauman making any allegations?
That name is not familiar to me.
Were you involved at all in responding to any allegations made by female reporters?
Yes.
What involvement did you have in responding to those allegations?
With respect to, all of the press inquiries, I think we had received a series of statements that we were being asked to respond to by a reporter.
If you could turn to tab 23.
Okay.
Do you know what this email chain is regarding?
It looks like it's a press inquiry, but it's not completely clear from this which inquiry it is. It looks like it's the Ronan Farrow New Yorker article.
On the first page, about 2/3 of the way down, there's an email from you that says, in part, I think her point in the article isn't that it would have been weird to be hired, but that it happened after one interaction. Do any of these fit that mode? And then Mr. Rosa responds, certainly Don Kaplan and Brian Conybear, Conybear. Did you know anything about the circumstances of their hiring, Mr. Kaplan or Mr. Conybear?
I did know Don Kaplan, and I know that he had relayed to me that he was hired after one interaction with the governor.
And did he tell you what that one interaction was?
That he was called to do an interview one-on-one with the governor, where he said the governor asked most of the questions, and he was a reporter, I think, at the New York Post, and the governor asked most of the questions, and he was back in the office like 2 hours maybe after that. And someone was saying, you know, we'd love to offer you a job if you'd come work for us.
Do you know how experienced he was at the time?
I think he was a pretty seasoned reporter.
And do you know anything about the circumstances of hiring?
No, not personally.
Okay, Emily, you can take that down. Who is?
He is a doctor who we hired to work at Department of Health. He works at Department of Health now. We hired him to be Deputy Secretary for Health.
And at any point, did you hear an allegation that he had referred to anyone in the chamber as a bitch or something similar?
Yes.
What did you hear about that?
I heard from that she had heard rumors externally that she had been called a bitch by, and she asked that we, discipline him appropriately, and that he should immediately be moved out of chamber.
I mean, you say she asked that we discipline him. Who was she directing this to?
I believe Jill DeRosier was on the phone as well.
And she said she wanted him removed from the executive chamber?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do after I made this phone call to you?
We had to first gather some facts. And so we had to try to determine whether or not the rumor that I'd heard was accurate. So I made several phone calls, one to who she said she had relayed the rumor, to try to figure out if I could determine a firsthand source.
And who's?
He's a lobbyist.
And what did he tell you?
Yes, he had relayed that to because his client had relayed it to him.
And what, if anything, else did you do to determine the accuracy of the rumor?
I spoke to him to try to determine his source, who he relayed was.
Who's-
She's Executive Deputy Commissioner at Department of Health.
And did you then speak to her?
I think at this point, Jill and I had looped in Judy Mogul, and I believe that Judy spoke with.
And did Ms. Mogul report to you what said?
Yes, that it was a conversation where had made the comment to her and several other.
I'm going to object based on privilege. And I'm also not sure of the relevancy.
You're allowed to make the privilege direction. Did you ever speak to about whether he had referred to this bitch?
Yes,
And what did he say?
he said that he had.
Did you speak to anyone else about the allegation?
No,
Was removed from the executive chamber?
yes.
How much time passed between calling you and being removed from the executive chamber?
So
I'm sorry,
sorry?
you broke up.
Several days.
One more time.
Several days, maybe a week.
And he was transferred to the Department of Health at that point?
Correct.
Did you refer the incident to Goer?
No,
Why not?
I did not view it as a comment that was unreasonably interfering with job duties.
Did you consider it to be a sexist statement?
I considered it to be a sexist statement, yes.
Did you have any involvement in any complaints made about
Did I ever?
yes?
No.
What was your involvement?
Since I've become counsel, I've become aware of litigation related to her tenure at.
And so to make sure I understand, you got involved after she hired an attorney, is that correct?
Frankly, after the lawsuit had been filed and a response had been drafted.
I'm not going to ask you about your involvement in ongoing litigation. Do you have any involvement in any earlier investigation into any complaints made about?
No,
Do you know whether that was something that was referred to Goer?
yes, it was.
And did Goer investigate the complaints made about it?
Yes, they did.
Do you know how long the Goer investigation took?
No, I do not.
And if Goer makes a determination that there's any sort of discrimination or harassment, does Goer have the authority to take any action in response to the complaint?
No,
What does Goer do if they find that a complaint of discrimination or harassment was substantiated?
my understanding is they refer it back to the agency to take appropriate action.
In the case of, do you know to whom Goer made any recommendations?
I don't specifically.
Now, we earlier talked about a statement that was issued that said that the allegations regarding the governor were going to be reviewed by Barbara Jones. Were you part of any discussions thereafter about having the investigation handled by anyone else?
Yes.
And who did you have such conversations with?
Linda, Steve, Judy, Melissa.
And I want to show you tab 26. What is this document?
This is a draft referral that I was sharing with the Attorney General's office relative to the investigation that we're participating in now.
And why were you sharing a draft with the Attorney General's office?
Because we were working collaboratively with her office. At this juncture, a decision had been made that we wanted to work with the Attorney General to conduct the review.
And this draft says that qualified independent private attorney or attorneys, we'll make a selection of such qualified independent private attorney or attorneys in consultation with the Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals. Whose idea was it that the Chief Judge of the Court of Appeals be involved in the selection process?
I don't know whose idea it was.
In any part of the process before the decision was made to refer this matter to the Attorney General's office, were you part of any vetting of potential investigators?
I was not personally involved in any vetting, no.
Do you know someone named Vinny Strafacci?
Yes.
And you can take that down, Emily. Who is that?
He was a member of the governor's security detail.
And is he still a member of the governor's security detail?
No, he's retired.
And have you been in communication with him at all since he retired?
Yes.
When?
I reached out to him to ask if he was represented in this investigation.
When did you do that?
Maybe about a week ago.
And why were you trying to determine if Mr. Strafacci was represented?
Objection privileged.
Did you have interactions with Mr. Strafacci before he retired?
Yes.
What sort of interactions did you have with Mr. Strafacci before he retired?
Just chit chat in the car sometimes, you know, to and from events if he was not personally staffing the governor.
Have you had any conversations with Mr. Strafacci about any of the allegations against the governor?
No.
During your time working in the chamber, have you ever heard the governor yell at anyone?
Yes.
How many times?
Handful.
Has he ever yelled at you?
Yes,
How many times?
handful.
Did the governor ever yell at you over something that you thought didn't justify being yelled at?
No,
Did you ever hear the governor curse at anyone?
yes,
How often?
not that often.
Has he ever cursed at you?
Yeah,
Did you ever see anyone who became really upset about the way the governor treated them, either yelling, screaming, calling them names, anything along those lines?
no,
Did anyone ever tell you that they'd become upset about how the governor treated them?
I think from time to time, yeah, like, we've, commiserated about how hard our jobs are. And sometimes, the criticism, even, if it's valid, is tough.
Did you ever experience or observe the governor criticizing someone for something that was beyond their control?
I mean, to the extent that there are a lot of things really, truly beyond our control, I guess someone could perceive some of these that way, but I don't have any specific recollection of anything like that.
Jen, I see
Yeah,
you popped up on camera, so.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Garvey, you said that you've heard the governor curse. What curse words have you heard him use?
Look, I interacted with the governor in my role at the Senate where we were adversaries, really, for a large part of our interactions. It was not uncommon for him to swear about something that one of our members had done, a press statement we issued he didn't like.
Oh, a what?
A press statement. If we issued a press statement he thought was objectionable, he'd call and say, what the fuck, use harsh language. It was, routine really for him to sometimes use strong language, and it wasn't unusual or out of.
I'm sorry, you're really breaking up. Ms. Park, can you mute yourself?
Sure, hold on.
That might help. I'm not sure if it's you. Okay, go ahead.
What did you
So routine.
It was routine in that it was not out of bounds for him to use strong language if he was offended by something that we did.
I understand it was your experience when you were outside the executive chamber. When you worked in the executive chamber, you said you had heard the governor use curse words. What are the curse words you heard him use?
The F word. I've heard him call someone a son of a bitch, but not with a particular regularity. In fact, I think I have heard him swear and yell much less since I have been an employee of his than I ever heard when I worked for the Senate.
Thank you, Ann.
You said you've heard him refer to somebody as a son of a bitch. Have you heard him refer to anyone as a bitch?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor threaten anyone?
With actual physical violence, no.
With something other than physical violence, some sort of consequences to their career or life?
Political repercussions of anyone's actions in politics, are something that I've heard him state. He's stated to me from time to time, if you do this, you won't agree to this bill, I'm going to go to the, New York Post editorial board and say, you guys are doing XYZ for, X corrupt reason. It's.
Did you ever hear him make any other statements threatening to go to the press and make statements, negative statements about somebody?
No, but I think also it was never anything that was, out of bounds given the negotiations or the stakes that, we were engaged in.
Did you ever hear Melissa DeRosa make threats to anyone?
I mean, not really what I would consider threats, no.
Well, what were you thinking about that you wouldn't really consider threats?
I mean, we say we need to get to a deal tonight or else this is going to be terrible for all of us. We negotiate budgets, they have deadlines, we have really high stakes issues that we're sometimes dealing with. I don't think pointing out the obvious to anyone can fairly be viewed as a threat, but I don't know what you're hearing on the other side, so.
Did you ever hear of Melissa DeRosa threatening to give negative information to the press about somebody?
I think that part of her job as communications director, when she was communications director, involved having communications with the press all the time. So if you're asking me, is it possible that happened? It's possible that happened. Do I have specific knowledge? No.
Do you ever see the governor throw anything at anyone?
I saw him throw a pen once
At who?
at a whiteboard. It was a whiteboard marker. He was angry with my boss, the Senate Majority Leader.
Did you ever hear of the governor throwing anything at anyone or in the direction of anyone?
No.
Has the governor ever hugged you?
Yes.
How often?
A dozen times, maybe.
And has that been in the office, at our events, or someplace else?
Both.
Have you seen him hug any other employees?
Yes.
Which employees have you seen him hug?
The first week that I was at the chamber, there was a cabinet retreat where the governor, it's a smaller group, agency commissioners, staff. He probably hugged 30 or 40 people at that event.
At the Capitol, did you ever see him hug any employees?
No, not in the Capitol.
Has the governor ever kissed you?
On the cheek, yes.
How many times?
When I worked for the Senate, it was his custom to always greet me when I would come to a meeting with a kiss on the cheek.
And when you come to these meetings, when you worked for the Senate, did he kiss everybody who came to the meetings, or just you, or only some people?
Sometimes everyone got a kiss.
Have you seen him since you've been in chambers? Has he kissed you?
No.
Have you seen him kiss any employees?
I've seen him kiss Judy on the cheek.
Anyone else?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever see him kiss any employees on the lips?
No.
Did you were ever present when the governor asked if he could kiss somebody?
I don't think so.
Have you ever witnessed anyone sit on the governor's lap?
No.
Have you ever heard of any employees sitting on the governor's lap?
No.
Have you ever observed the governor engage in any conduct with any employees that you would consider to be flirting?
No.
Have you ever heard the governor comment on the appearance or clothing or anything along those lines of any employees?
Yes.
What have you heard?
He's commented on my clothing before or a hairstyle change.
What sort of comments?
You know, there was a time I came to a meeting with straight hair. And he said, "You look so serious today with the straight hair." It was nothing offensive, and I didn't take any offense.
Did you hear him make comments about anyone else's appearance?
Yes, he frequently would mock men for having unkempt hair or unshined shoes.
Did you hear him make any comments about other women's appearance?
No, not that's notable.
Did you ever hear the governor make any jokes that had any sexual content or sexual innuendo?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't, specifically recall anything that was off color. But I think, he made a comment that was a joke about the not getting caught up with girls from Staten Island when his girlfriend was in fact from Staten Island. He made some comment, about how they'd have to clean up their language when I started attending leaders meetings. This was when I worked for the Senate.
Who did he make the comment to about them having to clean up their language?
He made the comment to the rest of the room, really.
Were you the only woman in the room?
The leader, the assembly leader, and their staff.
I'm sorry, you
The,
were about,
the leaders of the Senate and Assembly and staff.
and were there any other women present?
No.
Who were the head of the Senate and the Assembly at the time?
It was John Flanagan and Jeff Klein from the Senate and Carl Hasty from the Assembly.
Did you ever witness the governor ask someone to sing for him?
No.
Did you ever witness the governor ask somebody to memorize any song lyrics?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor comment on somebody else's sex drive?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor ask employees questions about boyfriends or girlfriends?
Yes.
Who did you hear him ask such questions of?
He'd sometimes tease Rob Mojica about his girlfriend.
And what sort of comments would he make to tease Rob about?
He lives, so, he'd tease that, Robert's not home enough.
You said he lives, Rob lives,
Robert lives from the governor's mansion.
any other comments you've heard him make about somebody's boyfriend or girlfriend?
I remember he made a comment about Danny's boyfriend, Danny Lever's boyfriend.
Any other comments?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor make comments about the size of his hands?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor making comments on anyone's tattoos?
No.
Did you ever hear the governor use any nicknames for staff members?
He calls me Bethesda, so yes, he often gives people nicknames.
Did he ever refer to you or any other women in chambers by terms such as, honey or dear or sweetheart?
Definitely honey, dear. He's used those terms with me. I've never heard him call anyone sweetheart.
Have you heard him use honey or dear with other women in the chamber?
Not that I've noticed.
Have you ever been present when he spoke in Italian to any women?
Yes,
And when has that happened?
he's done it to me before.
Do you understand Italian?
Not really.
Do you know any of the phrases or words that he used with you?
I mean, I have an inkling that, Bella was in there, but I don't, beyond that, really recall.
And do you have any understanding as to what Bella means?
I think beautiful.
Have you heard him use Bella or similar Italian phrases with other women?
No,
I see Jen has popped up again. Go ahead.
Thank you. And you said that the governor has called you honey and darling. Do you think that's appropriate for the workplace?
dear, not darling, I think was Anne's question.
Sorry, dear or darling. Did you think being called dear or darling was appropriate in the workplace?
I did not have a concern with it, no.
Did you think it was appropriate for the workplace?
I think it's fine for the workplace as long as the individual is not uncomfortable.
Did the governor ever ask you if you were comfortable with him calling you dear or darling?
No,
Did you ever witness him ask anyone else that he called dear or darling if they were comfortable with him calling them that?
no,
Thank you, Anne.
Did you ever know of the governor hiring or expressing the interest in hiring a woman after meeting her at an event?
no,
Are you aware of the governor ever having a sexual or romantic relationship with any employees?
no,
Has anyone ever told you that they were aware of the governor having a sexual or romantic relationship with any employees?
no,
Did you ever hear any rumors of the governor having a sexual or romantic relationship with any employees?
I had a reporter when I worked in the Senate who asked if I was, aware of a relationship between the governor and,
And that was when you were still at the Senate?
yeah, in 2017, 2016, maybe.
Has the subject come up since you joined the chambers as to whether the governor and have ever been in a relationship?
No,
Has ever spoken about it with you?
no,
Has the governor ever spoken about it with you?
no,
Have you ever heard other senior members of the chamber yell at other employees?
yes.
Who have you heard yelling at other employees?
I've yelled at other employees. I've heard Melissa yell at employees. I've heard, I've been yelled at by Melissa. I think sometimes stakes are high and justify raising one's voice.
So you thought when you've raised your voice, it's been justified?
Yes,
Do you think it was justified when Mr. Rosa has raised her voice?
yeah.
And what's justified it?
Frustration, stress levels, ultimately at the end of the day, it's everyone's desire to get the best possible job done for the people of the state of New York, and the ends justify the means in the sense that if I need, to understand the urgency with which something needs to happen, and raising someone's voice is going to impart that urgency, I think it's justified.
Have you ever cursed at any employees?
I've certainly used swear words in the office, including, the F word. I try very hard not to ever curse, specifically at someone. in an insulting way, but I've certainly used the F word in the office.
Have you ever heard any other senior staff members curse at somebody?
No,
Have you ever seen any employees who were upset by how they were treated by Mr. Rosa or any other senior members of the staff?
expressed a degree of upset with how he had been treated by,
Anyone else?
no, not that came to my attention.
Have you ever been so upset by how you've been treated in the chamber that you've ever cried at work?
Yes,
How many times has that happened?
a handful.
And whose treatment made you that upset?
I prefer not to think of it in terms of treatment by any person, but certainly there have been really stressful situations that have caused me to cry at work.
And who were you interacting with when things got so stressful that you cried at work?
The Senate, the Assembly, lobbyists,
What did you say? Obvious?
lobbyists,
Oh, lobbyists.
you know, Melissa, the governor, Robert, Jill, you know, sometimes
Have you seen anyone else cry in the chamber?
I've seen cry. But that's really it.
Has anyone ever expressed any concern to you about the atmosphere in the chamber being abusive?
I've certainly read it in enough press reports, but no one has ever spoken to me about an actual complaint that was occurring in the workplace.
Has anyone ever, not with a formal complaint, but just commiserated with you talking about the environment being abusive?
Being what?
Has anyone commiserated with you about the environment being abusive?
Grueling, tough, hard. Yes, abusive, no.
Jen, do you have any other questions?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Garvey. Is there anything you want to add to or clarify any of the earlier answers you gave?
Could we have a moment, please?
Sure.
Hi, so just, I wanted to go back and just clarify on Jennifer's question. I don't have a specific recollection of ever being called darling. And you had said honey, dear, or sweetheart. So I've, my recollection is I've heard him call me honey, heard him call me dear. So I just want to make sure that point is clear on the record.
And I had said at the beginning, I would remind you at the end, is there any sort of just statement, anything we didn't touch upon that you want to state on the record?
I don't think so.
Okay, so we're going to end for today. We thank you for your time. Just want to remind you that you have continuing obligations under our subpoena. So if we either learn information that we think we need to ask you about, or we resolve privilege issues differently from the instructions that were given today, we might need to bring you back briefly. Certainly, if you find any additional documents, you should give them to Mr. Freeman to produce to us. And also wanted to remind you, as I said at the beginning, that you're obligated to keep confidential everything that we asked you about and what we discussed today. And finally, the binders of documents we gave you, you and your counsel have a choice. You can shred them and Mr. Freeman can shoot us an email that they've been destroyed, or you can ship them back to Cleary. Either of those is fine. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. We can go off the record.
Stand by. The time is 5:55 p.m. This concludes today's deposition of witness 06292021. The number of meeting units used is 4. They will be retained by Veritex Legal Solution. We are off the record at 5:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you.